Good afternoon, everyone. I think we can wait 1 more minute and then we start. For Aziz, please.
Bonjour. Bonjour, chers participants.
Good morning, dear participants. Could you please confirm that you received me? Yes, Aziz, thank you. Thank you very much. So I think that we could start the works of this webinar. Allow me quickly to thank all the participants, the representatives of the member states, the experts who really wanted to accompany this exercise of information sharing, of analysis with the objective to come out with public policies which will accompany the member states to really face this double crisis, energy and food security crisis. We have a full program, so we'll start the opening session, which will be kicked off by the director of UN ICA, and in addition to some addresses of member states who really wanted to accompany us and support us. So I see that I will check with the organizers that we have all the speakers expected for the inauguration session. So without further ado, I give the floor to Ma'am, the director of UN ICA, for her address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aziz. Just to clarify, UN ICA for North Africa. It's a great honor to be here with you today, with everyone taking part in our webinar. In fact, I'm very happy because this is a very timely topic, and it was requested, in fact, by our member states, by the Bureau in July, led by Libya, that we look at it and focus on it in the upcoming ICE, and in general pay attention for clear reason, which was the acceleration of food and energy prices, which was actually aggravated by the Russia-Ukraine crisis. And I can say that we have responded, so we are here today. So first of all, I would like to thank to our Bureau countries and the leadership of Libya putting this important topic on the table. And then equal big thanks go to our team, to the colleagues in the sub-regional office of North Africa, but also the other participants, to Gone and J. Paul from directors in ECA for being with us here today, and of course all the other contributors. So let me just maybe go quickly what we really want to accomplish and why are we having this seminar. So this is not, some kind of academic seminar. We actually want to have a dialogue and hear from our countries what they think, what are the key challenges, and how we can help them. If we could move a little bit, please, to the second slide. So just to kind of remind us how persistent these challenges are. So the right to food was already recognized in 1948 by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a part of the right to an adequate standard of living. Next slide, please. The right to energy is somewhat newer, but anyway, it is firmly embedded in the SDGs. It is a SDG number 7, ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy. Now, just to kind of say how we are thinking about these topics in our forthcoming analysis. So just to say, okay, there is a right to adequate food or right to adequate energy. In case of adequate food, we actually mean also food and nutrition. And we structure our approach along these pillars where key is availability, both economic but also financial accessibility through infrastructure, but also financial accessibility, adequacy, which is the nutritional aspect, and then sustainability. This is very important because the food security crises happen in cycle and usually are triggered, or very often are triggered, by the rising prices. At the same time, it is a structural issue that has been with us for decades, persistently, but occasionally it's aggravated. So next slide, please. And then again, summarize objectives. So this webinar is an opportunity for us to discuss challenges and suggest new and innovative ideas in several areas for achieving these goals. It is also the first opportunity this year in this particular format, and we will have another opportunity joined with the SRO West Africa in our ICEM meeting in Marrakesh. And the aim is to eventually arrive at concrete takeaway actionable messages for both member countries, the region, but also for the sub-regional office. Next slide, please. And when we were thinking about this topic, we came up with several questions, but also we are very much interested to hear from our member countries what type of questions we should be also looking at. So our suggestion is also to look back for last decade, let's say since the last case of rising food prices in 2011, 2012, and last energy crisis, what has worked? What were some of the accomplishments in improving food and energy security in the past decade at the country level and at the sub-regional level in North Africa? And what countries can learn from each other? The next question, we're thinking about what are the major bottlenecks that need to be addressed for sustainable food and energy security in North Africa. Then we also want to ask, how can Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement be leveraged? So that's a tool that was not here, let's say 10 years ago, for achieving food and energy security in North Africa. This is particularly important in the current context of deglobalization, weakening multilateralism, and broken or severely disrupted global value chain. So there is much more emphasis on nearshoring and regional integration. Then again, the technological progress, and we know that digitalization is one mega trend that accelerated during COVID. And how can that be utilized for improving performance around key pillars, which is again, availability, access, utilization, and importantly, sustainability. And then for our sub-regional office, it's really important to think, how can SRO support countries in their efforts? So we are a think tank. How can we support with our analytics, convening function, bringing various stakeholders together, dissemination and also capacity building and training. And I think that's all what I wanted to say. I welcome you again, all of you, and I look forward to hearing your views, and we all look forward to very productive deliberations. Thank you. Thank you, Aziz.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Directrice, pour ce mot
Thank
de
you very much, Madam Director, for this welcoming word. I will try, of course, for time management reasons, I will call Mr. Odi, the Subsecretary of the Ministry of Commerce from Libya. I don't think he's with us. So Mr. Saad Lahniash Mohammed Abdullah, if you are joining, please make a sign so that we give you the floor if you're joining this conference, this webinar. Let's wait for a minute to see whether the panelist is with us. Aziz is connected. Aziz is connected. I see that the camera has just been turned on. Mr. Saad Lahniash Mohammed Abdullah, Subsecretary of the Ministry of Economy and Commerce from Libya. Over to you, sir, for your address. Welcome address. Welcome, sir.
Monsieur Lahniash, on vous voit bien. Monsieur le Jadi, je salue d'ici de Rabat, on vous voit bien, on voit bien la caméra, mais on ne vous entend pas.
تسمعوني؟
نسمعك سيدي الكريم. تفضل
Hear you. Go ahead and take the floor.
لحظة بس دقيقة لضبط
Hold on a second while I'm fixing some issues here.
سيد الوكيل لا نسمعك الآن، لا نسمعك.
Sir, we can't hear you now.
Please unmute the microphone. Thank you.
نعم. الصوت واضح الآن.
Is it now? Is my voice clear now? Yes, sir, it's very clear. We hear you. Go ahead. Thank you. First of all, thank you. And I hope you are having a great evening. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to thank Suzanne, the director of the regional office for the North African and African region. I would like also to thank equally the experts and the suggestions that they provide and the contribution in organizing workshops that at the title of the food and security in Africa as a multi-dimensional issue. The world has gone through lots of crises. It has lots of economic in the world. The food crisis in 2006 and 2007 until the crisis of the climate change in 2010. And lastly, Corona. And also lastly, the Ukrainian-Russian war and conflict. It has impacted Africa, North Africa in particular. That's why the prices have gone up and the chains of distribution have been impacted tremendously, which has led to the exacerbation of poverty in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, discussing these issues of food and energy security help in designating lots of elements and employ them correctly to help in finding possible solutions in face to these challenges that, especially the ones that threaten the security and food, uh, the energy and food security. That's why exchanging the expertise in this direction alongside the regional office can help tremendously. In the end, I would like to thank you again and appreciation and hope this workshop will help in its proceedings in sending messages to the responsible ones or the decision makers in the region to take into consideration expertise, suggestions, and recommendations. Thank you very much,
Thank you very much,
the
Mr.
representative
Saad
of
Lahni
Libya.
Shal
Thank you very
Abdullah,
much.
Subsecretary of the Ministry of Finance and Economy. So it's an initiative that was initiated by the president of the Committee of Experts of North Africa. And this was to answer the request of the Libya that this webinar is organized. Thank you very much, Mr. Lahniash. Now, Wissal Abdullah, Secretary General of the Population Department from Sudan. Over to you.
وزارة الطاقة المغربية.
On me fait signe que peut-être Madame Hossein Abdallah a des soucis de connexion. Donc, j'appelle dans l'ordre Monsieur Abdelhalim.
I call Mr. Abdel Hamid from Tunisia. You have the floor, sir. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Aziz. Thank you, Mr. Representatives and all the participants from the Sub-Regional Office of North Africa. It's really a pleasure for me to participate in this webinar regarding the challenges of energetic and food security in North Africa as a part of the global challenge that we are living. So as you have witnessed that the topic that we are going to tackle in this webinar is strategic, and it has multi-dimensional impact: political, economic, cultural, and environmental. So after many decades of intensive agricultural development and production, we still have raised the questions of the food security, especially in this special context of the rising prices of energy and all the rising prices in all other products. Also, with the climatic changes in terms of global warming and other challenges that are affecting all the countries who have already suffered from the impact of the pandemic and the world crisis. So, in terms of food security, it appears that North African countries are, even if the rate of hunger is the rate of hunger in North Africa is low, but we suffer from many challenges that really hinders and threatens our food security in terms of availability and quality of the food. And that's another challenge as well, especially that North African countries are always relying on in importing basic needs of their wheat and other cereals, and they are threatened from time to time from the weak rate uh, of raining, and also from the rising temperature. So all these are very alarming numbers. So this deficit is added to the high and continuous or the growing consumption rate, and also the extensive use of agricultural resources and lands. So in order to answer to all these challenges, the North African countries are called to revise and review their policy in short term to implement or the policies that can answer to the food security and the stress, and and also these policies should target the most vulnerable populations, and and also to contribute in uh, and agricultural diversity, because the agricultural sector remains the most important sector that will prevent poverty and ensure equality within North African societies. So that include also investment in the technological and scientific research in climate and agriculture, and also to improve chain values and limit waste. So we should put an integrated regional system in order to ensure the follow-up of the different agreements, like agreements of Agadir and free exchange Arab eh, zone. And also we uh, we should implement national policies to deal with environmental challenges. So, ladies and gentlemen, the questions of food and energy securities represent our common responsibility, and our responsibility to look for answers and solutions in order to overcome the crisis and to adapt with these challenges. And I am convinced that without a shared vision, that the way I've been explaining so far, with no cooperation and solidarity, there will be we won't meet our needs and expectations. And before finishing my word, I would like to thank again the sub regional office for organizing and following up the results and policies. Thank you for your conscience and your work. Thank you, Mr. Gasmi, for your welcoming word. It's a really necessity to emphasize and encourage cooperation between the state members in sectors of agriculture and climate, and also target vulnerable population and meet and put national needs in order to deal with the climate challenges. So following the program that I have between my hands, we have Madame Al Husseini. She's not present so far, so I give the floor to Mr. Yusuf Fadel in the Ministry of Industry and Economics of Morocco. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Aziz. In the name of
Thank you
Allah,
very much,
Madam the
Director. Thank
Director,
you, ladies and
ladies
gentlemen. I would like,
and
first of all,
gentlemen,
to
I would
thank
like to thank
the regional
regional office for
office,
North Africa
the auspices of the Economic
for its
Council of the United
invitation
Nations
of
for
of
Africa in organizing
invites the
this
Moroccan
webinar
Ministry of
for
Industry and
Africa
Commerce
regarding
in order
the
to answer this
and
global
energy security.
challenge. So
This
the
topic is a
food
national initiative
and
in the
energy
public
security
politicals
has been always a
regarding the
priority
respective
in the Moroccan
sectors.
policy. And there
And there are
were
lots of
many
intersections, and there were
transversal
lots of things that have been
programs in
achieved
order to
to
make
push
a
forward
national
the supply chain, the food
strategy
supply
in
chain,
agriculture and
regarding
fishing.
the
From many
fisheries,
plans and
through
strategies
putting forth some
from
successful
which
strategies, which I will state
I
the
cite
speeding up of the
the plan
industrialization
for accelerating industry
that has
that
provided the means
really
to
established
promote the
a
food
development
production,
model
and
regarding the
it has also
industrial
created
sector. There
competitiveness.
is also
The Green Morocco
the
plan, that
plan
a strategy
of
that has
Maghreb al-Akhdar or
promoted the
Green
role of
Morocco
farming
in
or
terms
agriculture
to
in Morocco as a
establish
whole, and try to
food
sustain
sustainability,
the
and
use
also
of
to
the
launch a
resources, natural resources.
new agricultural
And the
strategy.
strategy
It's
from
called
2020 to 2030, that will also the human
green
resources
generation
and their
in
role in
order to
development, on the promotion,
boost
enhancement of
and
production.
encourage
There's also
production.
a
There
strategy
is also Alutis strategy
to do
that's
with
targeted
the
the fishing
fisheries,
sector and
and
maritime
has
sector that
targeted
to preserve the biodiversity
an
of seas and
sustenance of
also
this
to develop
sector,
its
especially in Morocco.
competitiveness.
If our country can secure the necessary elements to produce the
And
necessary food throughout the past
with
few
all
years,
this,
now
our food
it's also
strategy
about
and the
the
long-term
now we move
problem
into the
is
sovereignty, the
always
food
threatened
sovereignty in our
by
country, and
global
guaranteeing the
challenges, different challenges, which
mass
pushes us to
production
think even
of
further and harder
agricultural products.
to deal
The
with the different crises and the
agro
conflict.
production plays
So
a major
food sector
through its
plays a major
variety
role,
that
represents
satisfies
a
or
big
caters to the
sector
needs of
in our
Moroccans,
country because food
and contributes to the
security
creation of
is
job
a
opportunities for
strategic
lots of
aspect.
Moroccans.
And
The agro
especially when we talk
production
about food
sector
industry,
is
food
very important.
industry
It has more than
includes
2,000
more than
enterprises
2,000
and employing over
company,
150,000
and
people,
they make
and
16 billion
transactions go beyond 13
dollars
13
in 2021 as an
million
example.
dollars.
These
So the
policies,
national
these companies,
industrial sovereignty is important in creating vital elements
these
and try to
offices, these
deal with the necessities, especially under COVID and the Russia, the Ukrainian and Russian war.
Mr. Yusuf, we cannot hear you.
Monsieur Fadil, on vous a perdu.
لقد فقدنا الاتصال بك يا سيدي.
Donnons à Monsieur Fadil
سوف نعطيه بعض الثواني لنرى كان بوسع الاستكمال ويمكن إعادة
So we'll try to
الارتباط
see if Mr.
بالإنترنت
Yusuf
أم
Fadel
لا.
will be able to reconnect if it's a technical problem. So on the other hand, and waiting for Mr. Fadil to join us
السيد
and fix
فاضل
his connection problem.
يصلح هذا العطب التقني وننتظر.
I
اقترح إعطاء الكلمة للمتدخل القادم أمين صالح ياسين. أقول هذا هو اللائحة.
So now I give the floor to waiting for
في
Mr.
انتظار
Fadil
السيد
to
فاضل
join us.
السيد
Mr.
أمين صالح
Amin
ياسين
Fadil
الكلمة لك.
Saleh, national focal point of
التنمية
SDGs from
المستدامة
Sudan.
في
Mr.
السودان.
Amin Saleh
أمين ياسين
Yasin
صالح
Amin,
الكلمة
over
لك.
to you.
تفضل
Thank you very much.
مشكورا.
Thank you, Mr.
شكرا
Aziz.
جزيلا السيد عزيز.
Thank you very much, Aziz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aziz.
Inviting me to address this important webinar, and also thanks to Zuzana, the head office of the battle against hunger and food security, insecurity in Sudan is one of the major challenges that confront national and subnational authorities. The authorities adopted various macroeconomic reform policies to achieve macroeconomic stability and create a conducive environment for investing in the food production sector, and set, of course, food prices right in favor of small farmers. By the same token, the authorities also adopted policies that encourage clean energy utilization, mainly the solar energy, mainly for irrigation purposes, to enhance food production. Despite that, the opportunities to achieve food security and energy security in Sudan were not fully utilized. Sudan, of course, is also endowed with abundant natural resources in terms of first-class soil, more than 170 million faddan for cultivation, and maybe 115 million faddan as ranges and pasture land that can support almost 100 million of livestock population. Also, Sudan is blessed with diverse ecological zones with high potential to grow diverse agricultural and horticultural crops. Despite this potential, Sudan is unable to meet the conditions for food and nutrition security by the international standard. And it registered negative rates during the period 1920 and behind, if compared to Canada and Australia, is behind these countries, and also in terms of the low-income countries and sub-Saharan Africa. Also, Sudan is lagging behind in achieving the four conditions for food security. Of course, there are many challenges that face the Sudanese authorities in achieving the food and energy security, and we can name some of them as the political instability. Of course, if you have political instability, definitely the institutions may not be able to do and function in a proper way. There is macroeconomic instability, despite the many reforms that were implemented to put the macroeconomic in place, are still there is more reforms needed. There is a shift of labor force from the farming towards traditional gold mining. Again, this reduced the workforce in producing food for the people. There were frequent conflict between farmers and livestock herders caused by the competition over natural resources, mainly water. Water is a real problem. Conflict eruption disrupts food production chain, of course. Also, there is intertribal conflicts for political reasons. This also drive the eruption of these types of conflicts. food production in Sudan and the food security situation. And this impact can extend, it will destroy the necessary infrastructure for food security, mainly transportation and communication sectors, warehouses and other facilities needed for the marketing and for other. Also, it will hinder mobility of labor, especially during farming and harvest time. So the climate change impact also have a very negative effect on food security in Sudan. And there is a slow recovery from COVID-19 because still the people are under the pressure of COVID impact. It also added to the already existing challenges that made Sudan vulnerable to food security. We can also mention some areas if more effort and more emphasis have been put. It may assist and support Sudan in achieving the food security. For example, if we talk about water scarcity, then conflict over water can be reduced by improving water harvesting technologies and techniques. There is substantial rainfalls across Savannah zone in Sudan, which can be used and put effectively for producing, this the required crops and the required vegetables as well. Provision of seeds to small farmers and others also will improve. If we improve seeds production, then this will make small farmers have access to better harvest season, and it will enhance food security and food production as well. Encourage the formation of food producers cooperative. This also can be a way where we can support food producers in the agricultural sector, especially small farmers in the rural areas where most of the land is available for farming. And these cooperatives can assist farmers in empowering them, having more bargaining power, more marketing practices, better production of food security, and then we can achieve food security and be in a better position. There should also be demarcation lines. This a technique that can be done by surveying techniques. That means to make demarcation lines between farming zones and the pasture zones, because to reduce the conflict between farmers and nomads is an important element, because it will sustain agricultural production and it will sustain livestock as well in the production. There is also another area where we need to emphasize in Sudan, which is the land tenure system. We should make use of the available land in a better way by giving rights to those who will be able to do and those who can really assist in the food production to achieve food security. The way forward requires collective actions. One country can't do everything by itself. There should be a global teamwork that comprise formal and informal sectors, government and private sector as well, and including the civil society. So these collective actions can really make a difference in availing, in putting the available resources into a better utilization, and effectively can achieve the food security. And above all, we need to have a new thinking for the planning. We need to have a new way of doing business in the economic planning, away from the traditional way of doing things. We need to adopt new technologies. We need to adopt new ideas, new initiatives in order to achieve food security for all. I hope this seminar or this webinar will come up with innovative solutions and innovative ideas that can be adopted by most of the government, so we can really achieve food security and fight hunger and make a prosperous life for the people. Again, I would like to thank you again for giving me the opportunity, and I hope to we all together we can work together, we can benefit from each other, and then we can assist our economies and we can assist our communities as well. Thank you very much.
C'est moi qui vous remercie, Monsieur Amin Saleh Yassine, pour ces
It's
éléments.
me who thank you for this address So in terms of action to put in place, concrete and operational actions need to build capacities of cooperatives for a good access to the ins and outs of the lands. And it's actually the objective of this webinar,
mais aussi qui intègre des dimensions
which seeks political and economic solutions for a better efficiency of the actions. Now we go back to Mr. Yusuf Fadel. We lost you. I think that it was a connection problem from your side to give you the possibility to end your address on the name of Morocco. So we lost you when you were talking about the impact of sectoral policies, especially. So over to you, sir, Mr. Fadel, if you could resume from where you were cut.
أعتذر عن انقطاع البث من خارج عن الإرادة. خلال الانقطاع كنت أتحدث عن الدور المحوري الذي يطلع به قطاع الصناعات الغذائية. فهذا القطاع يلعب دور محوري في تحقيق الأمن الغذائي والسيادة الصناعية الوطنية، ويتميز بأهميته الاستراتيجية ودوره الحيوي في الاستجابة والتأقلم السريع لمواجهة المتغيرات التي يعرفها العالم، منها جائحة كوفيد-19 وحرب أوكرانيا وتداعيات التحولات المناخية.
Facing, and it is important that allowed Morocco to enhance its food security. COVID-19 pushed into using the strategy in fundamental food and energy and otherwise. We can say that we could contain this problem because of the different efforts of the sectors and different strategies. So COVID-19 also showed that our country has an important industrial fabric made up of enterprises to meet the need in terms of food. And even with this challenging condition, the sector of industry, they keep to meet the need of the market and present what is importation. Ladies and gentlemen, even there is a continuous development in the food industry. The latter is required to overcome many challenges that we face, especially in enhancing the concept of food security in line with the orientations of His Majesty to maintain providing a raw material to enhance completeness of industry to be in line with the technology that all the food industry is knowing and the request of the consumers by preparing appropriate prices and also respecting the request of the sustainable development. To overcome these challenges and to innovate the industry, the Moroccan government during the last years set up new strategies and reforms. We can talk about a program to develop this sector, aiming to integrate competitiveness in the agriculture and industry and to increase the products of industry through different initiatives. Also, we support the food industry in what we call a project bank that was launched by the Ministry of Industry that include to support local product. This although develop the competitiveness and national consumption. This program has different sectors, including promising opportunities where the local investors can invest more and to support local industry. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like, or at the end of my statement, I wish that from this important forum will come out with proposals and recommendations that support energy and security for the North African countries, and peace be upon you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Mr. Fadil, for your address.
Sure.
We have to ensure coherence in your approach and also to
Président. Et dans un contexte global qui est assez impacté aussi. Merci pour ces éléments d'information et je suis certain que aussi la coopération Sud-Sud se base éventuellement sur les leçons apprises des uns et des autres dans un souci de partage et de coopération, comme cela a été signalé par d'autres intervenants avant vous. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Fadil. Alors, je regarde dans le programme, on est un peu en retard sur les temps. Je vais juste vérifier si Madame Wissal Hussein Abdallah, secrétaire générale du Conseil national de la population du Soudan, est avec nous et pourrait prononcer son mot de bienvenue. Madame Wissal Hussein Abdallah, si vous êtes avec nous, la parole est à vous. Dans le cas contraire, je vérifie avec notre dernier intervenant pour cette séance d'ouverture du webinaire. C'est bien la dernière intervention qui était prévue. Je ne vois pas de réaction de Madame Wissal Hussein Abdallah. Donc, je dirige mon regard sur le déroulement du programme et nous avons prévu deux sessions pour ce webinaire. Une première session portant sur la sécurité alimentaire avec un certain nombre
with a certain number of presentations and also a session tackling the energy aspects. So we're expecting two moderators for those two sessions, Ms. Bonnie Job, Director of USIA for West Africa. I don't see your name among panelists, but with the participants, so probably you are connected through another name, probably, so I don't really see you, probably linked to your, so Ms. Bonnie Job, over to you, so Director Unica, so over to you to moderate the session on food security. Welcome, Ms. Gwyneth Job, over to you.
Alors, on m'informe que Madame Gonediop n'a pas pu se connecter.
So Ms. Gwyneth Job couldn't connect.
May I suggest, Aziz, you continue to moderate, please?
Très bien. I was about to suggest maybe we could switch between the two sessions since Jean-Paul Adam, the moderator of the next session, is with us and most of the presenters are here. So maybe we could switch the sessions, not to make our colleagues wait more, but both ways are fine with me.
Either way, as you wish.
OK. Monsieur Jean-Paul Adam, directeur.
So Mr. John Paul Adam, Director of TGCE RN, TCND in French. Sorry for the acronyms of your function. So Mr. John Paul Adam, are you ready of this change of the timetable, and we start with the energy page? Yes. Okay, I have no problem with the change. It's just that I am connected to my phone. If you allow me to get connected in my laptop, it will be better. So in order not to affect the flow of the webinar,
Parfait. Merci beaucoup.
then I can
Merci beaucoup,
start.
Monsieur Jean-Paul Adam.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jean-Paul Adam. So we will wait for the moderator to get online on his laptop, and I will take the chance to remind you of the program. We have two sessions in the food security and also the questioning of energy security with a number of intervention that we have planned for. So Mr. Jean-Paul Adam will be moderating the different participants in this session. So I want to take more. Aziz, if I can please, our colleague Reem from ISQA told me in the chat box that she won't be able to do her presentation, but after 2 hours, if it's that okay with the participants. Okay, dear. Okay, dear colleague. Yes, maybe she has a problem. She has a problem in her timetable, but we have 1 hour and a half for each session. So we will start with this session of energetic security, and then talk with Madame Rim Istewi, our specialist. So without taking any more time, Mr. John Paul Adam, you can have the floor. Thank you very much, Aziz. It's a pleasure to join you in this afternoon as a part of ISEWA. So I am in charge of natural resources and also energy security of energy. In these two aspects or these two topics are inseparated, and we have participants of high profile and we have also ex-minister of Mauritania, and Mr. Johannes Hailu, who is an expert in energy in Addis Ababa. We have Rim bin Hab, who is also an expert in the center of the South, one of the main contributor in a think tank in North Africa, and based in Morocco, and speak really about and we have Samia Hamouda, an economist in the SEWA office, who is also tackling the questions of sustainable development. So in terms of energetic security, the first challenge is granting access, even if we have quite a better electricity or energy coverage in North Africa, but we still have a lot of effort to make in terms of renewable energy, and we have to accelerate the objectives, the related objectives of for sustainable development in terms of renewable energy. So the investment of renewable energies are really rewarded, especially in the area of North Africa, especially with the crisis of Ukraine, when there is a great needs for energy and other energy resources like gas, and a lot of countries they can cover a part of their importations by green energies. So it's a really an economic opportunity that we should grasp and grant or establish more access to energy and contribute in establishing equalities and sustainable development and making it possible in the best conditions. We will start shortly with our panel, and I will ask from each panelist or participant, since we are quite late, to keep 10 minutes for your intervention, and we will start by Madam Mariam Bekael. Thank you, Madam the Minister, for sharing with us your perspectives in terms of energy in North Africa. Hello, everybody. Do you hear me? Yes, perfectly. And it's a pleasure to have you. So I am very happy to participate in this very important webinar to answer to some critical questions and challenges. And my presentation will be about the transition and energetic security. What are the perspectives and the challenges? So the presentation includes four a point. First of all, the international energetic context, then the challenges, secondly, the challenges in North Africa, and thirdly, the transition of energy in terms of national strategies. Fourthly, the key measures to accelerate the use of local energy resources. So in terms of the context, we have a special context, especially with the impact of the COVID and the geopolitical tensions and the rising in prices in terms of different energy resources worldwide, and with a great demand demand of energy, which keeps increasing every year. And also this the impact of the impacts of COVID, which impacted also the rise in consumption, production, and also the poverty and the price of different products. So the energetic context is characterized characterized by a rising demand worldwide by 5.8% in 2021, and the demand will keep increasing until it reach for 40% in 2040. So This puts us in front of the challenge to respect our climatic engagement and also the decarbonization of our policies. So especially if we know that the energy contributes in more than 70% of global emissions, of carbon
Yes,
emissions, and
the development
also
was at
in
6%, and
raising
there's a
the
return to the use of
pollution
coal.
indicators
We have
all over the world by
support
relying
between
on
what we want
fossil
for
energies.
the
So
hydrocarbon,
that
and
is,
also the use of the natural
especially
gas
if we
and
keep using and
liquefied
relying a lot
gas
on
also
natural gas. So that raises the question if we
to
really
reduce the
respect our
emissions.
global and international
In this
engagements and conventions.
this
So
context, and this
the result was the
polluting
impact
gases, the
of the
gas and the
energetic
coal,
mixture that was that that is still dominated by fossil energies. Almost 80% of just petroleum and gas and coal, and so it affects the energetic transition to green and renewable energies. So this a global energetic transition has been slowed worldwide, especially with the high demand for energies and the continuous use of natural gas. We noticed some attempts to overcome that by turning into nuclear energy, like what the European Union has done in order to answer somehow the high demand. So the nuclear power or energy and also natural gas are becoming more and more like alternatives, while we, instead of reaching and honoring the renewable energies engagement and the 100% decarbonization of economy of world economy. So why this happening? Mainly because of the increase of investments in the coal between 2021 and 2024, especially by China and India and also other emerging countries, or countries are launching new projects like US, Russia, Japan, Turkey, etc. So what about the capacity of renewable energy on all that? Especially the projects that were adopted and the projects that were launched in order to secure the the new big parts for energy consumption to be secured by renewable energies. So there was a new plan launched by European Union called the Plan Repower. This this plan or of energetic transition comes as a response of the dependency towards Russia, to reduce this dependency, and also to keep and assure the carbon neutrality in 2050. So we have also countries like Qatar and Russia and Algeria, who represent like more than 80 or 90% of the imported gas towards Algeria. And also, we shouldn't forget that Russia has supplied 44% of gas importation and also 27% of petroleum and 45% of coal. So the European Union is in front of a dilemma of decreasing the use of relying on fossil resources and energies, but at the same time in front of the increasing demand for energies, and or at least securing the same securing the normal consumption. That's why there was a new vision and strategies for 2030 in order to adapt to these new challenges. So what are the challenges for North Africa? If we think in a sub-regional way, there is always the same challenges, an increase in terms of energy demand through to demographic, urban, and objectives of development. Also, there is the big energy mixture, which is dominated between 80 and 95% by fossil energies. And also we have to distinguish between producing and importing countries, producing and exporting countries like Algeria, Libya, and Egypt, and importing countries like Morocco and Mauritania and Tunisia and Sudan. So among the indicators, we have registered in some countries in terms of the impact of energetic subventions in the PEB of of the countries. So Tunisia 2.5%, and for Egypt 2.6. And the Sudan has lifted the subvention. So always with the challenges, energetic challenges in North Africa, we have also the challenges of electricity access, especially in Mauritania, represent 48%, in Sudan 55%, in Libya 70%. For renewable energies, they represent a real potential, and they are mainly done by solar resources, but in some countries renewable energies are still weak, especially in Algeria and Egypt and Sudan. Algeria, Egypt, and Sudan, yes, but we witness some progress in terms of renewable energies in countries like Tunisia, Morocco, and Mauritania. So in these countries, there is quite important and considerable attempt to establish energetic efficiency and thus respect the global pacts, international pacts of Paris. So, what about the energetic transition in North Africa? Let's start by the analysis of national strategies and also challenges and opportunities. So, in all the energetic national strategies, they have as the first objective is to answer to the national needs and also to contribute in the climate actions internationally. So this strategy relies on many ways. First of all, to diversify the energy resources and make a balanced transition, and also trying to increase the renewable energies intake or contribution each year in a steady way, and all, and even if it means attempting or having ambition to resort to nuclear energy, which is the ambition of many countries like Algeria, Morocco, Egypt, etc. So also among this national strategy, we have the enforcing the national infrastructure and accelerate the reforms in terms of subventions when it comes to fossil energies, and to also to control the consumption. So I would like to go back quickly about what has been done in these countries in terms of green hydrogen. So the green hydrogen is seen and considered by all these countries as a strategic contributor and component of the new energy mix. So we have new conventions regarding the development of a project in terms of producing and exporting this hydrogen. Like in Egypt, 8 conventions were signed, Mauritania 2 projects, and also in Morocco there is a project of hydrogen production from ammoniac. So every year we notice important strategies and ambitious objectives. Like in Algeria, it has 30%, and the same for other countries as well. So the North African countries really have an intention to diversify their energy resources, to rely more and more on renewable energies, and to answer to the international high demand and needs of energy through renewable energies, and by launching a new project encouraging the drilling for natural gas, as we witnessed in Egypt, in Algeria. So what are the challenges and opportunities of energetic transition in North Africa? So the challenges is the uncertain situation of the global economic development and the geopolitical evolution in terms of energy on an international level. So also the question, also there is the challenge of public financing, public and private financing for these for the energy for the projects of energy. So they affect the public debts and they also push the national policies to go to more critical sectors like health and education. Also, it affects, there is a challenge of the energy reserves in one country, which can diminish from time to time according to the global and international transition. So also the increasing prices of energy all over the world, and also the impact of countries that are exporting, and really also the political domination that also puts a challenge on countries. So we shouldn't forget about the opportunities that we need to grasp, especially with the high demand of gas and petroleum that will stay very important until 2050. Also, the transition, the energetic transition and encouragement that are being given by the European Union, and also the increasing demand globally for green hydrogen, and also the ambitious national plans to meet these needs and expectations. Also, there is interest from private investors to invest in clean and new energies with cost-effective approach, without forgetting also the cooperation and reinforcement and the support by the European Union in this regard, and also the implementation of a free zone and a free exchange zone in the continent of Africa. So I think my presentation comes to an end. And I will share with you this presentation, and it will allow the office to have more reflections on. Thank you, Madam the Minister, for your excellent presentation, and we will come back to you in the end of this session in terms of the measures of the energetic transition. But I think you have already give us a situation in North Africa in terms of energetic transition and the efforts that are deployed in Africa. So North African countries, they need the time and the ability to use their own resources in order to increase their access to renewable energies and benefits from the opportunities related
surtout que nous parlons dans beaucoup de cas d'économies peu diversifiées et il est nécessaire que cette
also it's important to support this new tendencies towards renewable energies, either in the North African countries or elsewhere by efficient planning in countries and being able to encourage the investment in this regard. Thank you, Madam Minister. So,
economist from the private sector division at ECA. Johannes, if you can share with us your perspectives based on your analysis of energy security in the Northern Africa region, particularly in the context of the current crisis. We look forward to hear your thoughts. And if you could remain as much as possible, less than 15 minutes and 10 minutes if possible. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Director Jean-Paul, for this introduction. Is my screen visible, colleagues?
Yes, all is good.
Okay, thank you very much. Excellencies, representatives from member states, Director Zuzana, colleagues and other participants, it's a great pleasure really to be joining this conversation with you this afternoon on a very, very important discussion on energy and food security, which has also implications to, as you know, the broader macroeconomy as well. I was quite pleased with the presentation of Madam Mariam, providing a global context in terms of the energy challenges, bringing it to the North African region and putting context in terms of energy transition challenges and opportunities. And I think that gives us a very, very good picture to contextualize a lot of this discussion we're having today. On my part, I would focus more on the energy security side, also from the context of the global crisis, its implications to Africa at large and North Africa in particular. And since this is a conversation with member states, what can really be done? What can really be suggested in terms of quick actions that should be done to mitigate this kind of impacts? And what are some of the long-term type of implications and strategies that are required to not only fall back to this kind of major impact on African economies and North African economies, but to shield and mitigate and minimize this kind of negative shock that particularly come repeatedly from energy and food crisis. We have seen it in around 2011, 2012, 2014, prior to that around 2006, and repeatedly over the last many decades. So in the next 15 minutes or so, I would quickly go through these issues. To start off, it is quite unfortunate that we are discussing this major global shock from energy and food in the context of a recent shock we just had, which is the COVID pandemic and the demand and supply shock that were associated with it. We have not yet fully recovered, as you have seen, as you can see here in the screen. All regions in the world have seen major contraction in terms of their economic growth. That led to serious consequences in terms of economic and social development, as well as issues of economic security at the household level. And some of the impacts we have noticed associated with this were, if you go behind what those contraction of 4% or so growth means in the continent, we're talking about estimates around 19 million jobs lost. You can quickly imagine the implications of that to household economic well-being. A lot of the currencies faced major devaluation, up to 30% in Africa. This is particularly related to oil exporting countries. Now we are discussing in a different context for oil exporting countries, of course. But back then, oil prices collapsed, and that led to major currency and macroeconomic stability issues for most countries, but mainly for oil exporting countries. We're dealing with long-term consequences related to public finance because of the associated social protection and public health expenditures we had to do and recover investments that were required for most of these economies to rebound from the pandemic. So that was a very difficult global and national and regional economic context we're in before the current crisis came. And some of this, of course, had already ripple effects that were going to take, by some estimates, up to a decade to fully recover and get out of the implications of that pandemic. And you can see very, very steep impacts in certain sectors, in logistics at large, and countries that are also dependent in remittances. So the network of effects and the interconnection of those effects were quite serious in terms of development in Africa. So the worry for policymakers in North Africa and in Africa at large was, can we really fast track our action to remain on track to meet our developmental goals and to meet our national priorities? In that context, of course, now as the topic of today, the global energy and food crisis came as a result of the war in Ukraine. Back in April, the United Nations put one of the first system-wide reports warning the world of the impending implications, particularly coming in three areas: in energy, food, and global financial systems, and the stress that they are going to experience. I would have to argue that most of those warnings came to be realized, including on the financial system stability globally. Now, we're worried about another recession in the coming months. We have seen the full effect in terms of inflationary pressure coming from energy and food crisis. This is because about 30% of global supply of certain food commodities were coming from Russia and Ukraine. And Russia is, of course, as Madame Mariam said, one of the major suppliers of hydrocarbon supplies, and disruptions that would have serious consequences, if not in terms of supply, at least in terms of price. And combined, these challenges led to a rise in global inflation by 5.2%, and this was back in April 2022. Since that time, conditions have clearly deteriorated. If you look at the average crude price, from April onward, it has more than doubled. It was around 55 or so back then when the UN report was released, warning of impact to billions of vulnerable people, about 1.7 globally. Since then, oil prices have doubled to 110 per barrel. If you look at gas prices, of course, it depends on which market you look at, but if you look at the European market, where most of the crisis is felt, since then gas prices have also nearly doubled. So these are severe impacts coming in terms of inflation and stability of our economy, but also in terms of direct impact into households in North Africa and Africa at large. So this is also happening at another context. You know, we may look at food and energy in a separate context. However, over the last 2 decades, food and energy have become intricately linked because of our desire to decarbonize in the transport sector, because of our desire to bring more bio-oriented fuels into our transportation system at large. And that led into putting in place policies that led to a rapid rise in demand. For example, ethanol demand was expected to grow by 16% by this year. If you talk about biodiesel, 12% growth by 2025 compared to 2029 levels. These were pre-crisis projections, but this led price pressure on basic food commodities such as corn by 19%. And soybean by 17%, and wheat has increased for a different reason, but by 103% by May this year. And as you know, bioenergy accounts for 1/10 of global primary energy supply. So there is an intricate relationship between our climate objectives of decarbonizing, cleaning, and finding alternatives, as well as the implications between food and energy. We are aware of this before the crisis, but it has now become a major concern as well. So a lot of these problems have pushed a lot of countries to the brink. I can show you here energy-related protests that came up globally in this year alone. And of course, if you add food-related protests, food price increase and protests, that is also much more significant. So this is what has been going on. A lot of stress at household level, a lot of pressure for countries to deal with, simply because we exhausted our capacity to respond during the COVID period. Now we are adding another crisis on top of that, with not even 1 year of recovery period in between. So this is applying a lot of pressure to our member states as well. Now, a lot of countries are responding, but they are responding in a way that undermines our long-term climate objectives. For example, providing subsidies to hydrocarbon fuels. This is something that was encouraged to be phased out. Scrapping biofuel mandates because of current prices. and a number of other measures, including what Madam Mariam said, bringing in coal and bringing in other kind of fuels into the generation mix, which has clearly put a contradiction between, for example, the net zero emissions target by 2050 for European countries and the policy guidance and reference we are taking from some of those global instruments. So this has been quite consequential in that term. But it has also been consequential in terms of growth. Now, ECA is undertaking currently analysis in its next annual economic report on Africa in terms of what all of these things mean. So we don't have a current, what do you call it, figures on our fingertip. However, we can look at different studies done on global select countries in Africa level. What does the implications of higher energy prices mean in terms of growth? And you can see the numbers on the screen that it is very, very consequential. And we have seen similar numbers on COVID impact side. So we're dealing with really not only energy sector discussions, but broader macroeconomic instability related to these issues. Here is just to demonstrate that North African countries, in terms of current account balance, they are rebounding from the COVID impact. You can see clearly all exporting countries, Algeria, Libya are doing very, very well. Morocco recovering to some extent, and in Tunisia recovering as well. But we will see from the latest estimates what the implications of all these global shocks would mean to either the improvement or deterioration of these figures. Another impact which would be concerning is we have been advocating for major investment in green transition. Jean-Paul's division has done a very interesting report last year in terms of prioritizing investment in transition-related investments in Africa, which is absolutely essential. And major investment are required. Now, the association between energy investment and macroeconomic stability is clear. You'd be quite not as encouraged to invest in high inflationary, high macroeconomic challenge environment compared to more stable environment, obviously. So investment in transition-related sectors has been at 1.9 trillion globally. It has been growing quite well. We'd see the latest assessment, but there are worries that it could impact investment at global level, but obviously at regional level as well. So given this context, what can be done? What can member states consider doing in the immediate term and going forward? I would suggest very quickly, in the immediate term, we have learned from COVID shocks that we need to do macroeconomic stabilization immediately on the basis of partnership with global systems in partnership with global financial institutions. So similar to COVID-19 stabilization funds, it is quite clear that we need a stabilization fund in support of our region. So we should be advocating for this kind of policy at global forums. Now, coming to the sector, I fully support and I fully second what Madam Mariam said. We need to accelerate energy transition because that would guarantee more and more and more of our energy system will be depending on domestic or regional energy sources and will be less and less and less vulnerable to global or import dependent forms of hydrocarbon fuels. In this case, we need certain things to support acceleration of this transition. One, obviously, we need a national energy transition strategy to be put in place. Probably the office can also support a regional energy transition framework to be put in place in partnership with our member states. Two, finance is going to be increasingly difficult, so we need to expand our scope for private sector investment participation in our economies, particularly in support of a transition type of opportunities, including private-public partnership. A third, we need to broaden our partnership, including on the Belt and Road as well as global gateway opportunities that are available to attract major investments through partnership. So these are areas that ECA has been focusing on in terms of providing support. In the long run, we cannot...
Johannes, just to flag that, if you can, I figured, but just to flag to wrap up. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jean-Paul. In the long run, we cannot avoid putting in place a regional and national strategy on energy security for the benefit of the region and for the benefit of our countries. You have seen the rush to lock up gas that could be found anywhere through long-term contracts, and we are worried that some of that can lead into negative consequences into long-term energy security in Africa itself. So there is so much that can be done in this area, and I'll conclude by saying it is vital that we put in place national and regional energy security strategy for North Africa. Thank you very much, and I stop here for now.
Thank you so much, Johannes. I think you have outlined that in particular countries must own their transition strategies, and that this must be situated around their strategies also for macroeconomic growth, so that they can get the best impact. And you referred to ECA studies, which in fact have shown that a number of areas that countries can get very good returns on investment. And I will mention, for example, in Egypt, the study that we did showed that Egypt can get a return of over 400% return on investment by investing, for example, in electric vehicles and developing a value chain around electric vehicles. Excellences et chers amis, je voudrais juste rappeler à tout le monde que l'interprétation est disponible.
I'd like to remind you that interpretation is available at the bottom. It is available in English, French, and Arabic. Now I will move to Rim Berarab, who is economist, a main economist at the Policy Center for the New South. So probably it's really interesting, Reem, when you will talk about your presentation, just to tell us a little bit about your center. I think it's a center that is doing a great job, but not everyone outside, of course, North Africa who know it. So please, over to you, and please limit yourself to 10 minutes. Thank you very much for your invitation. So as you have said it, I'm working at the Policy Center for the New South, which is a policy-oriented think tank based in Rabat, or located in Rabat. So our main activity is the analytical production of papers, surveys about Morocco and Africa around economic and geopolitical themes and topics, and I'm interested a lot on in energy questions.
A presentation, a PowerPoint to share. So I don't know if you can see my screen. Can you see my
Yes, we can. We can see it perfectly.
Perfect. Thank you very much. As you know, and as was mentioned earlier by the other speakers, over the past 2 decades, the global energy system has undergone a profound transformation driven by the urgent need to reduce carbon emissions. And today, the system appears to be at another inflection point due to a succession of economic and geopolitical crises that have disrupted energy markets in 2022 and brought energy security concerns to the forefront. So for my intervention, I will focus on the case of Morocco and discuss the energy transition amidst increased uncertainties. So, and to start this discussion, I will begin by presenting 3 main stylized facts about the energy sector in Morocco, covering the 2020-2020 period, from which I will draw some conclusions and implications with regards to the situation in 2022 before tackling the energy transition in the country. So let's start first by the stylized fact number 1, which is that Morocco is characterized by a growing energy demand driven by economic development, as you can see from the graph on the left. So final energy consumption doubled between 2000 and 2019. And as you can see from the right, it is led mainly by the transportation, residential, and industry sectors. And by 2030, Morocco's primary energy demand is set to triple, while electricity demand is set to double. Now, the second stylized fact is about the energy supply mix. And as you can see here, Morocco has always maintained a consumption mix that is generally in line with its level of development. So its energy mix is dominated by hydrocarbons, primarily oil, which is used for transport, and coal for power generation. Nonetheless, as you can see here, the share of renewable energy, excluding hydro, so mainly wind and solar, is rather higher than some other countries of this benchmark, like the US, China, and Egypt. And we noticed as well that Morocco relies less on natural gas than other countries, perhaps of the Med regions, like Tunisia and Egypt, where gas is mainly used for electricity generation. The third fact is about the energy bill and energy dependence. So here I'm presenting the structural view before the 2021-2022 energy crisis. And since Morocco does not have significant oil and gas resources, its energy imports are very important, which results in high energy bill, as you can see from the graph on the left. Although this energy bill has slightly decreased by 2019 and 2020 from the all-time high of 2012. However, the picture is different in 2022, and we will get there in a moment. On the next graph, we observe that Morocco's energy dependence rate has seen significant improvement. So even though it's still high, it has decreased by 8 percentage points during 2002 and 2020. So there has been some good progress in these areas thanks to Morocco's forward-looking energy strategy, which I will be presenting in the next slides. However, this progress was hampered by the implications of the Ukraine-Russia war, which put additional pressures on the prices of oil and gas. And this is what we can see here from this slide. So the war has had significant impact on Morocco since its import of oil and gas and coal equaled around 6.5% of GDP in 2019, which is about twice the shares of Egypt and South Africa, for instance. So on the energy bill level, it has more than doubled in 2022, and this development is driven by the increase in prices of gas oil and fuel oils, and in parallel, due to the increase in also the quantities that are imported. On the public finance side, the cost of compensation increased, in particular with the spike of butane gas prices, which are still subsidized, unlike gas oil and fuel oil. And it should be noted, however, that these expenses also include subsidies granted to professionals of the transport sector in order to contain the increase in the prices of energy products. On the energy bill level, there hasn't been really an increase in the energy bill at the final consumer. However, the National Office of Water and Electricity would risk important losses due to the sharp rise in energy prices, which could require the intervention of the state. However, at the pump level, the consumers really felt the increase of energy prices, since gas oil and fuel oil, as I mentioned, are not subject to subsidies. So consequently, rising prices will intensify inflationary pressures in Morocco, as in the case of gasoline and other fuels, where prices are liberalized. So from an energy perspective, one of the mid to long-term impacts of the current crisis would be the increased emphasis on energy security and the divergence between different regions of the world in the pace of energy transition. And I think that for Morocco, it is crucial to maintain a long-term vision of energy policy that is consistent with the goal of development, stability, sustainability, and resilience. Because on the one hand, at the global level, the current disruptions could redirect investment towards extractive industries and fossil fuel power generation at the risk of reversing the decarbonization trend observed during the last 5 years. But on the other hand, it could also accelerate the transition to alternative energy sources, especially in countries that seek to be to build energy resilience. And admittedly, this vision will depend on political leadership and maintaining momentum towards meeting the commitments of the Paris Agreement and the 2030 agenda. And I think that given Morocco's endowment in renewable energy and its forward-looking strategy, it seems to be looking at the direction of increasing or accelerating the energy transition as a new opportunity also to strengthen energy security and also seek new partnership with Europe. So in the next slide, I will delve more into Morocco's energy transition strategy, as well as its achievements and challenges. So here you can see the main pillars of the 2009 National Energy Strategy, which is still the current framework for action today. And it represented a breakthrough in that it set out an ambition for leadership in the field of renewable energy. And you can see here in the graph, the core objectives as well as the priorities of this strategy. And within this framework, Morocco aims to increase the share of renewable energies in the installed capacity to 52% in 2030. And of course, since the implementation of this strategy, several aspects were updated. Now, looking at the potential, Morocco can exploit its important renewable energy resources, which are proving to be economically viable. So Morocco has an exceptional wind and solar energy potential. So for instance, it has 6 different and complementary wind regimes, as well as significant hours of sunshine. And this complementary availability of both wind and solar represents an asset to mitigate the intermittency effect and allows for smoothing the relative maintenance of the availability of energy in the network. Another encouraging factor is the reduction in technological costs of renewable energy. So the price of photovoltaic modules has, for instance, decreased at the global level, but by more than 80% in less than 10 years. And similarly, wind energy, which was still marginal 10 years ago, has experienced considerable growth. So the combination of important and diversified renewable energy potential, technological evolutions, and falling prices for electricity generation from renewables can enable Morocco to accelerate its energy transition. And of course, to oversee the renewable energy deployment, Morocco worked to provide the legal and regulatory framework necessary for deploying this strategy. And this slide shows the various actors of the sector and how they complement each other. And in particular, Morocco implemented various laws to support self-generation of electricity and to initiate market liberalization for renewable production, but only up to a certain level. And here is a quick focus on the power sector. So since the National Energy Strategy and the renewable energy targets, the share of renewable energy, excluding hydro, so this is the graph on the left, has increased significantly from virtually 0% in 2000 to 15% in 2020. And if we add up hydro, this share increases to a further 20%. And on your right, you can see the installed capacity from renewable energy in 2020, which has reached 36%, translating significant improvement despite an uncertain global environment. Subsequently, Morocco is now deploying numerous renewable energy power plants on its territory, seeking to also to achieve other positive externalities along the way, such as job creation and industrial integration. So beside renewable energy, Morocco also includes gas in its energy transition roadmap to be used as a lever for competitiveness of its industries and the decarbonization of the economy, and also to support renewable energies to cope with their intermittencies. So even though I recall that the share of gas in Morocco's energy mix is relatively smaller than oil, coal, and renewable energy. And in this perspective, and it is in this perspective that a national roadmap for the development of natural gas has been put in place. And I have noted here some of the main steps of this roadmap. Morocco has also embarked on big gas projects, such as the Morocco-Nigeria gas pipeline. And there are also some gas reserves in east of the country that are exploited by a British company, albeit these are not significant ones, which means that there is still a need to import natural gas. Now, just to sum up this section, we've seen that Morocco has energy strategy has brought up numerous benefits that are listed here, ranging from a secure supply of energy, better stability of electricity availability, and so forth. However, there are still some barriers that it needs to overcome in order to further accelerate its energy transition. So in 2020, particularly, Morocco conducted a diagnosis of its economic model to identify growth levers that could contribute to stimulating resilient and sustainable growth, which was within its new development model project. And among the conclusions found was the urgency of overcoming some remaining challenges facing the Moroccan energy sector, notably through the establishment of a new institutional architecture centered around a strong, independent and transparent regulator, as well as, for instance, the separation of the roles of players in the sector, and also the liberalization of the sector. Now, looking on the opportunity sides, more on the longer term. So accelerating the energy transition, despite the current uncertainties and disruptions, is very crucial for Morocco, as it can lead to the emergence of new industrial sector over the medium to long term. But the challenge now is to go beyond the electricity sector and cover other sectors of the economy. And here are some opportunities over the medium to long term. But of course, on the short term, special emphasis needs to be given to the economic of energy and energy prices, as well as ensuring energy access and energy security. So here we can find the tenuous balance between energy security, energy transition, as well as economic developments. But one promising avenue for Morocco is the development of green hydrogen, and the country is taking concrete action to achieve progress. So various national entities have indicated that Morocco has high potential for the production and export of green molecules, such as ammonia and methanol. And very concretely, Morocco could capture up to 4% of the global market for hydrogen. And this is a financial windfall for the national economy and a real opportunity for the development of research. So obviously Morocco's proximity to Europe, which will show a strong demand for this type of fuels, further reinforces its orientation, which thus has all the assets to develop its green hydrogen production. And to support this shift, the Moroccan government is working hard to create an enabling environment and regulatory environments. So for instance, in July 2020, Morocco set up a hydrogen national committee to lead hydrogen feasibility studies and facilitate the setting up of a hydrogen roadmap, which was published in 2021. And it is looking now to shore up the infrastructure needed to support this industry. Morocco has also been working to build partnerships with various European countries, including Germany and Portugal, to develop the hydrogen productions. So as a concrete action, we can cite the creation of the National Platform for Research and Development called Green H2A. And this project is a test platform, including small power pilots of electrolysis, green ammonia and green methanol, and synthetic fuels, and also the involvement of scientific research through the Institute of Research in Solar Energy and New Energies called IRAZEN, and the Polytechnic University Mohammed VI should also be noted, which worked together to develop basic research on green hydrogen. However, these are very small initiatives, and there are still constraints to be overcome in order to fully develop this sector, and this will require the public and private sectors to work together to reduce the cost of hydrogen production and overcome some technical limitation. Special emphasis needs to be given to the regulatory and institutional framework here also. So just to conclude these developments.
Thank you, Rim. We need to conclude shortly, so thank you.
Yes, I have only a slide left. Yes, so these developments can be a solid foundation for increased cooperation for energy transition in the Med region, and particularly between Morocco and Europe, given their historic economic ties, and especially since the adoption of the EU, of the Repower EU strategy, which put a big emphasis on renewable energy and hydrogen. And several initiatives have been regarding the energy transition have been already started between EU and Morocco, and we can cite the green partnerships that has been put in place since 2020 or 2019. And besides Europe, I think that energy transition offers a unique opportunity to strengthen collaboration between other countries of the Med region, especially if we look at the geography of Morocco as an important transit corridor between Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. So while interesting examples can be found in few countries separately of North Africa, I think that capitalizing on each country's progress and working together offers opportunity to further propel the energy transition in the region and generate socioeconomic benefits. But again, for that to happen, countries need to capitalize on their complementarities and try to aim for a concerted energy policy. Even though it is very difficult to achieve so, given the diversity of these countries' development levels, natural endowments, and national priorities. And here again, we go back to the very difficult task of balancing between the energy security, energy transition, and economic development. So I'll stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Raymond. I think we see once again the opportunity for a detailed national transition plan, which allows both mobilization of resources and also looking forward in terms of research and putting this in the context of an organized framework for energy security. Thank you so much for your presentation. Merci beaucoup, Rim, pour cette présentation.
So thank you very much for your presentation. We will now go directly to our last speaker, Samia Mouda. Samia is an economist in the bureau of ECA in ECA in Rabat. It's the presentation about please, you have the floor and respects the 10 minutes. Thank you, Jean-Claude. I don't know if you see my presentation. Yes. Yes, if you can just enlarge the screen now. Yeah, we can read it, but we can.
Okay, it is not full screen on our side. It is not.
Please pull full screen.
Okay. Actually, I will do my presentation in English. And good afternoon, colleagues and representative of member states. Actually, in this presentation, I will be focusing on SDG 12. We were discussing during this session about energy, efficiency of energy, achieving SDG 7, achieving SDG 13. But actually thinking about SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, it's really important for the region in such international context. I will go rapidly through the content. I will present rapidly the performance of North African countries in terms of SDG 12, focus and details on carbon performance in North Africa, and after the analysis of the performance, we'll try to provide some conclusion and recommendation. Just to remind that SDG 12 is the SDG calling for responsible consumption and production. What does it mean? It means achieving economic growth by using less and having less impact or less bad impact on the planet and on the environment, and through improving the management hazardous substances. When we look at the performance of North African countries in general and the main indicators, actually the progress is really slow. It is not due to the only to the actual international context, but they are performing well in some indicators, and they are facing large difficulties in others. As you may see, for example, they are removing well in terms of energy, renewable energy capacity, but they are facing difficulties to achieve the indicator regarding to hazardous waste, or fossil fuel subsidies. So when we look at this indicators or at the performance of North African countries regarding sustainable or responsible production, we conclude that they are suffering from unsustainable production mode, where we are really using in a very inefficient way our resources, natural resources, including energy, that the region needs to rethink the economic model, especially that we are facing water scarcity, we have challenge in food, we have energy supply, we have a huge pressure in terms of population. When we look at the outlook of population or the prospection of population for North African country until 2050, it's almost an increase by an average 50%, with if I remind Morocco, with Mauritania more than 90%, and Sudan more than 80% in terms of population. This will really impact negatively the energy consumption side, and will call us to rethink our mode of production toward a more sustainable and responsible production mode. We cannot do that without adopting an economic model where we decouple, for example, COD emission and from the economic growth. And by reducing pressure on natural resource. When we, in a paper that we are preparing with Susanna and my colleague Gracolet, we try to do this decomposition of growth, and we try to analyze the indicators that are explaining the COD emission in the North African country. When we look at the table that we are showing in this slide, we see that North African has experienced an increase of more than 30% of COD emission during the period 2020, and this is really higher from the average world rate, which is about 53%. The decoupling of income growth from carbon emission has not been achieved in North Africa, despite some efforts that countries are doing. We try to go this to understand this better, but trying to do to explain the driver of carbon performance in North Africa, and we try to decompose it, the emission according to different factors based on a simplified version of kayak equation. We use it as a factor to explain this, the GDP per capita, the population, and the carbon intensities. And when we do it by region, we compare it to the average for the region compared to other country, other region, we saw that North African countries are not performing well in terms of decoupling of emission of COD from growth, and all the increase in emission is mainly due to an increase in population and not an increase in the economic activity. So all this is due to an increase in the population size and not in the economic activity. We try to go really in details, and we do it for we did it by country, and the result was also confirmed. The increase in carbon emission is not due to a better performance in terms of economic activity, but it is due to always to the increase of population and the increase in terms of pressure of energy used by the population. We tried also in another exercise to try to compare with other comparative countries where they are performing better than North African country like Ethiopia, Costa Rica, or Vietnam, and the result showed that in this country they are doing better in terms of low carbon emission, but they are coupling this with economic activity, with better economic activity. That's why they are doing better than us in terms of carbon emission and in terms of reducing carbon intensity. The exercise showed us the importance of rethinking the consumption process in terms of use of energy, but also the production process in terms of use of energy, where we need to rethink our production process toward more sustainable and more responsible process, where we could use less polluted source of energy, and where the experience in other countries showed, and even in some North African countries started the process toward green transition, and it shows that green transition could be a solution to improve carbon intensity in our region and for our countries. So as I said, the current multiple crises regarding food security, regarding energy, and regarding water, we cannot discuss this without thinking our production process and our consumption process toward a more responsible process, where we need really to decouple the economic growth from emission of COD and where we need to capitalize, as our colleague Rim said, on the resources of the region, where North Africa has really an interesting renewable energy sources with wine. It's not only Morocco, but it's really the region which is having these exceptional sources of wind and solar, and that could really be a solution to switch from what we have actually as production system based on waste and on non-sustainable use of energy toward a better use of and efficient use of energy. As I said, our countries, our region are trying to do some efforts toward renewable generation of energy in several countries, and the capacity is growing by, for example, 80% on average for the region, but we are still below the total energy provision, and we are still facing difficulty, and we are still having underuse of our capacity in terms of renewable energy and in terms of green energy. So it will be really advisable, or it will be really an opportunity. The current crisis is not really just a challenge, but it will be an opportunity for our North African country to rethink the production process toward a process using or based on more clean renewable energy, and where the sustainable energy transition could be really a solution for the region, and that could improve the productivity and accelerate the technological transition in the region. As conclusion, as I said, our colleague Johannes was saying that we have the energy food nexus in the North African region. I added water, energy, and food nexus in the region could be really an opportunity for productive energy transition in North Africa, if we have really or we prepare or we adopt an integrated strategy where these three pillars are taken into consideration. So renewable energy is potential for North Africa. It remains largely untapped. So really adequate strategy and reforms are needed, especially encouraging firms and SMEs in our region are the main engine of economic activity in the region, are very important to encourage them toward more sustainable production process, accelerating the efforts to promote a green recovery, and colleagues were discussing about this in the previous presentation. Colleagues also were mentioning the policy and regulatory framework, and really strengthening this framework to encourage this transition, and maintaining energy instrument as really at appropriate investment as appropriate level is very important to continue the investment in the energy in more efficient and green energy investment, promote structural reforms to switch from a linear economy to circular economy. As I said, responsible consumption and production is a mode where we rethink our way of use of resources, and circular economy could be really an opportunity for the region to rethink the way of production and the way of our economy, with less waste, with less use of energy, with better recycling of resources, and accelerate the adoption of carbon market and economic instrument that may encourage more sustainable products and circular business mode. So from my side, I wanted really to focus on this SDG 12, which is sometimes forgotten as SDG, but it is really important. It is linked to SDG 7, to SDG 13 regarding the climate and regarding energy, and we cannot rethink our food security. We cannot speak about food security, about agriculture production or system without rethinking our production mode toward more responsible and sustainable consumption and production process. So this is what I have to present, Jean-Paul. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Samia, et merci beaucoup d'avoir mis l'accent sur l'ODD 12, comme vous avez dit, souvent oublié, mais qui...
Thank you, Samia, for your presentation. As you have said, it's very important for the economic transition in the North Africa and in Africa in general, in order to make the energetic transition successful is not just about limiting the emission, but also establishing efficiency and the efficiency of the well use of the resources. So thank you again, Samia. So we will have open all for questions, and I see already some hands risen, but I will, before that, go to Madame Miriam and see some strategic recommendations that Samia has provided us. So what do you think in 2 or 3 minutes to give us a summary? Then I give the floor to Lotfi Bakar, Mr. Khalid. Madame Miriam, you go first. Thank you very much. As it has been mentioned in many presentations, is the planification, the planning, and having a vision that can be applied and also clear in order to improve the necessary investments. So we have to reform the institutions that are working in the concerned section in the concerned sectors, and also share the good experiences like the one in Morocco in terms of supporting this energetic transition, and make the right organizations to supervise this transition. Also, there is the importance of the financing process, which is not present and available all the time. So we have to find innovative mechanisms and try to invent new products, new models, and find ways of support, of escorting projects to assure this transition, because it requires a lot of budget and a lot of financing. Another important element, which is capacity building of national institutions in terms on a technical level. So we see that certain countries or important number of countries, they all the time they call for foreign experts, but at least we should do that in the first step in terms of coaching uh, and and teaching and sharing experience and expertise on a local level in order to assure the right startup and kickoff of this project. Then the country should make sure of the sustainability of these projects. And the last element is the regional cooperation between the North African countries, which is not really something we are proud of. We still need to work together in terms of energy efficiency and green hydrogen, and also train our officials and our engineers and technicians. And we have to uh, to be aware that it's going for a green energy. It's a healthy competition, but it's not a question of domination of one country over another. It should be beneficial of each country in develop our markets and our internal development, not not just thinking about answering the needs of Europe. We have to respond and to answer to our needs first, and to work together in order to establish that first. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Mariam. Nous sommes effectivement
Thank you very much, Madam Miriam. We totally agree with you, and thank you for giving us some point of priority, and especially in terms of innovation and mobilizing the right financing. So I will give the floor now to Mr. Khalid Essai.
can take the floor, si vous pouvez prendre la parole. J'ai vu que vous avez demandé la parole.
You asked Mr. Khalid Asahi, you raised your hands to participate.
Mr. Khalid, are you able to take the floor? Est-ce que vous pouvez intervenir? Ok, je vais vers Lutfi Bakar.
So I go to Mr. Lutfi Bakar.
Vous pouvez activer votre micro.
Lutfi Bakar, you can activate your microphone and start your intervention.
Is the voice clear? Thank you very much. I've followed with great interest this presentations that my colleagues have presented. I think that we are facing up to huge crises, such as those ones related to energy and food. They are important related to policies in our region. One of the goals of those policies is that we have to focus on continuing the relations with the inhabitants and the resources, the lands, and the resources available to us through policies that support and back the activities of producing and also reducing the pressure on the natural resources through the improvement of the skills and qualifications. Concerning the And also we can do that through creating investments that lead to creating self-business to help families make livings. And this lead to the organization of commerce between people and give the lead to the marketplace in the local economy, especially. This so would lead, however, to the enhancement of investments into the green economy or green industries. We have to focus on publicizing new ways of action, like the enhancement agriculture production, and provide alternatives or alternative energies that would be less costly than or the present or the forms of energy. This will surely lead to the reduction or the reduction of the pressure on the individuals who don't have access to food, and develop a parallel basis that has to do with information about the environment and the climate change that happen, and relationship to food and energy in particular. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much for highlighting the opportunities to, for example, reduce costs and therefore have a more effective economy. We'll take a few comments. I think we have Abdel Halim. Please go ahead, take the floor, followed by Khalid.
Thank you very much.
Please go ahead. You are muted. Abdel Halim. Gesmi. Vous pouvez prendre la parole.
Merci. Donc,
Following the recommendations of the different speakers, they really focused on the regional cooperation. But what we see now, or what we witness now, is that every country is acting alone. So how can we bring our countries to cooperate together in order to grant the energetic security in our region and also in the African continent? Thank you.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
عليكم. مسموع الصوت.
Do you hear me, sir?
There is a noise.
Do you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, I am here. Yeah. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, my name is Khalid Esseh from Libya, specialized in economy and the management of crisis. The workshop is entitled as such that, and here I'm going to talk about the food security according to my definition and according to the FAO.
If your intervention is about food security, if I could suggest that you come shortly after, because we are focusing on the energy security right now, if that is okay.
You're right. Okay.
We'll go to Kelvin Malisase. If we can be quite brief so we can cover as many people as possible. Kelvin?
Hello. I've got nothing to contribute at the moment. Maybe later.
I saw your hand. Sorry, I saw your hand. Okay. Hussein Abaza.
Thank you very much. Well, the presentations were really very informative, I must say that. Let me just, my contribution with the focus basically on integrating decarbonization policies in the decision-making process. I think this is something that all countries in Arab countries, in not just in North Africa, but generally speaking, would need to do. Adopting, and I think it was mentioned, circular economy. I think we're talking also about how can green economy can be used as a tool to address climate change and achieve sustainable development. And to achieve that and to reduce, of course, the use of fossil fuel and make the necessary transition to green energy, I believe that the enabling conditions needs to be in place, like, as we all know, the right kind of framework, regulatory framework, incentive measures, policies dealing with trade policies, finance policies, mainstreaming, climate change, as well as force decarbonization in all these policies, and their impact, of course, on the different sectors, whether it be agriculture, industry, tourism, and the like. So I think this is needed a sort of policy coherence as well, and synergies between the different policy measures. And the previous speaker, I think, mentioned an important point, which is the collaboration between North African countries. We have a lot of good practices, a lot of experience in North African countries, and I think it would be very useful to have a sort of an initiative grouping these countries together and sharing the good practices they have, knowledge, and kind of policies and technologies that can be shared. And I think there would be a lot of value added there in doing that. So how can these countries collaborate together, use circular economy, or adopt a circular economy approach, a green economy approach to address climate change, reduce or achieve decarbonization, and achieve sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for the comments. Unfortunately, I have to cut it off now because we don't have time for too much more. I will just go to the panelists to conclude and to address some of the questions that have emerged. Can I start with Johannes? I think one of the key questions that emerged was, how do we stimulate this regional cooperation? If we could be quite short, 2 minutes, and I'll ask each panelist to just give a summary of 2 minutes as well. Thank you, Johannes.
Thank you. Very quickly, I think the observation is quite pertinent. Countries are trying to solve a lot of their energy, perhaps their food crisis as well, by through national energy security efforts, which requires a lot of excess investment, which requires a lot of excess capital as well, because the regional solution may not be figured in. Even though it is natural that countries would seek that kind of an option, it is also indicative that some of the regional pieces have not yet come together nicely to provide a viable solution. Strictly talking about the energy side, for example, it would require for us to have regional regulation, for us to have regional regulatory institutions that can enforce decisions. It would also require us first at countries level to sort out a system operator for the electricity market, for example, and then extending it to the regional system operator, and so on and so forth. So we have made tremendous progress in terms of some of the strategies, policies, establishing power pools, putting the foundational pieces towards a regional type of market. In fact, African Union has put together by 2042 operationalization of a continental free electricity market as a major ambitious initiative within Agenda 2063. All of those pieces are important. In terms of operationalizing them, we still need regional regulators, regional institutions, regional enforcement capacity that need to accompany this kind of markets to go from policy to implementation. Perhaps this is one area where member states can pick it up and push towards a genuine regional cooperation in terms of practical operationalization of, we also have regional food markets, regional grain markets, commodity markets that are proposed. So we need to go from action policy to implementation. through regional institutions and enforcement mechanisms. I would conclude with that message and pass it on. Thank you.
Merci, Johannes. Si je peux aller rapidement vers Rim.
Thank you, Johannes. If I could please get back to Rim, yes. I will answer in French because the question was asked in French. So how could you, of course, push countries to collaborate? So this is the question. I think that the economic and energy incentives for regional collaboration are here. They're clear, and Johannes summed them up quickly. So not to repeat him, I will not. Well, in the end, this regional collaboration depends on political will of countries, their priority, and their will to cooperate. As an economist, I don't have an answer to that. And I think that a political analyst could answer it. But to answer how those countries could collaborate around a circular economy, from an economic point of view, I guess there are four fundamentals that we should bear in mind to ensure this regional collaboration, that are experience sharing and expertise sharing, and what will lead to capacity building and exchange between researchers, experts, and so on and so forth, technical assistance and co-development. So I will stop here. Thank you. Great, Rin. Thank you very much for this well-targeted conclusions. Now I go back to Samia. This regional collaboration in the context of circular economy. So how could we make it? Actually, thank you very much. I'll speak in French. So a quick or part of the answer was given by Mr. Abaza. So the idea of making an initiative of a group where the member countries could share their the good practices to launch circular economy, because we know that in each of those regional the regions of the country there are initiatives. So the idea of starting by a core or a group where we could share this, and our role as ECA to supervise this will be an opportunity for us to accompany them in this reflection and brainstorming and expertise and experience sharing. This will be a big opportunity for the countries to do it, and as the participants have already mentioned it, this should be under an umbrella of an integrated approach where all the energy or food security elements should be gathered, and rethink the economic model with diversity, which will accompany the transition into a circular economy. This should always be our starting point under the umbrella of collaboration. So I think that part of answers was given by member states, and we're here to support them to implement all those recommendations. So, Ms. Mariam, you also underlined regional cooperation. Do you have a last insight to share with us, just in 1 minute? We thank you very much, Adam. I'd like just to, I agree with all what has been said. The first thing is political will, which should guide this will of integration, regional integration cooperation. So I'll give an example. It's the African Alliance for the Development of Green Energy, which has been launched by 6 African countries, including Egypt, Morocco, and Mauritania, in addition to South Africa and Kenya, which is one of a good regional examples to boost the development of sustainable renewable energy. So we have to set up the necessary frameworks so that countries sit, discuss, harmonize their strategies, but also regulations. And each country has experiences in energy sectors that will bring to the table. And as I said before, also use existing frameworks, for example, of free exchange or free trade, actually, agreements, FTAs, and also the existing ones. And this is how we could, of course, go forward and have this common position. We shouldn't only wait that there are COPs or try to where we could, of course, discuss, but let's discuss to reinforce the position of North African countries in this big dynamic of energy transition, and so that we have our good ranking in the world and that we're not guided by the strategies of other countries and in their own ambitions. And also keep in mind the development of Africa and its populations. Thank you very much. Thank you, all panelists. I really appreciated our exchange, and I think that we have had a conversation and recommendations that are optimists, good practices in North Africa, and we could, of course, overcome those challenges by ensuring national plans that are well framed in a regional and continental framework and reinforce this African coordination and also among North African countries in order to invest to access energy in this green, fair and equitable transition. Thank you very much. And thank you for my colleague for their passion. Thank you for all the team of the regional office of North Africa and all the participants and everyone who supported this interesting session. I think that I give directly the floor to you, Ngani. Yes, good morning or good evening. Thank you very much. So I have to really apologize for being late. It was due to connection problems we have. Thank you very much. So I'd like to thank everyone, titles respected. So thank you, Adam, for this great session, which helps us in transiting to our a major problem, which is food safety and the related problems. So in this region of Africa, as it is the case for the other regions. Thank you very much, Susanna. So again, I'd like to say that the session that has just finished tackled the general problem related to what we're seeing in terms of crisis and also the COVID crisis with all its bad effects that it led, but it is also the Ukraine crisis that exacerbated the structural problems, especially the ones related to food safety in the region. So the term is also important because it comes within an important context and also in terms of based on strategic questions within the ECA as our statutory joint meeting. This problem is important because we could talk in terms of economy. We are in stagflation, and we also have prices increase, food prices increase, and we suffer from this in our countries and also in North Africa. And we have problems with cereals and also fertilizers. So in any crisis, there are opportunities. The crisis could be defined as a creative destruction, but should be used to create opportunities. So what is the version of this discussion? And for that, we have three experts, males and females, to not only analyze this problem in terms of challenges, but to tell us about opportunities, to really talk about North African countries to face this problem and also to be able to structure economies. So the sound cats. So we will sum up the challenges, and I invite Ms. Reem Led Dawi, who is the so we will do an analysis. So trade for food security, vulnerabilities and opportunities in the Arab region. Now is Senior Program Management Officer, Climate Change and Natural Resources Sustainability Cluster, ESCOA. So I remind you that we have interpretation in English, Arabic, and French. Over to you, Ms. Reem.
Thank you, Ms. Diop, and it's a pleasure for me to be here with you today. And thank you for being flexible because I have another engagement right after my presentation. Actually, I will be covering issues on food security at the Arab regional level, which North Africa is part of, and we will see how issues are extremely similar here. Actually, ESCOA, the sister of ECA, has developed a framework to assess food security in the region in cooperation with member countries, FAO, and other organizations. And this is what you see on the screen, actually. And the outcome of this, and here I'm not sure if you can see the under the Arab region, the red numbers. This is where the issues of food security lie. Undernourishment, food insecurity, experience scale, obesity, high obesity, and in the same column down there, also in red, I'm sorry, the highest level of women anemia. These are the outcome of any community that is food secure. And here, these numbers tell us that the Arab region is not food secure, is very vulnerable. And specifically, if we look at the least developed countries, and 6 countries in the Arab region are least developed, the numbers there show us that issues are really critical there. And of course, if we look at countries in conflict, what we call CICs, then you can see either you don't have data or the issues are really of high concern. If we move to, this is an overview, a quick really one to show that we are extremely vulnerable. So the first starting point probably we should focus on is population growth. More people to feed, more mouths to feed. Now we are at 436 million in 2020, and we are expecting to reach almost 700 by 2050. More food is needed, and as we talked previously, you need more energy, you need more of everything, and our natural resources are extremely limited. Let's see here at the natural resources, as I said, are limited, but also negative impact of climate change, that we have nothing to do with creating it, but we are taking the negative results closely, and the situation is getting worse every day, and we're witnessing the extreme weather events that affect our life and livelihood. Our arable land is extremely scarce, and we'll talk about that in a minute. 5% of the land in the Arab region is arable versus 11% in the world. If we are going to compare with the world, The arable land as hectares per person, also in the Arab region, it's one of the lowest. And cereal yield, if we look here at the numbers, it's almost 1/4 or a little bit more of the global averages. And fertilizer consumption, we cannot say if that's a positive or a negative issue, but it's lower than the world. And our the value added is or percentage of GDP is a bit higher than the average in the world. I'm going you now the other part of the vulnerabilities, our high import dependency. And here we can see that our imports, this yellow part of cereals and other food produce is really of concern, specifically cereals. Our dependency is getting higher and higher. And this is why when there is a crisis, we are affected heavily, whether it be the COVID-19 or the latest crisis, the Ukrainian crisis. There is a big disruption in supply chain, increased prices that affect countries and households and individuals. And our dependency on the two countries that are part of this crisis, Russia and the Ukraine, is highly visible. You can see here the blue and the orange are the input, the Russian and Ukrainian dependency of wheat imports for each country. And you can see here that the majority of our countries have depended heavily on these two countries for their needs of wheat. Again, the impact of these crises showed us that there will be more people food insecure. ESCWA projected that there will be an additional 3.7 million people if this that is at during the summer. And I'm sure now that the crisis is prolonged, we will see more and more people food insecure. Prices have gone higher, and we can see that cereal prices have gone in Sudan, in Egypt, in Syria, and other countries as well. There is slow growth at the global level and in our region, and increased debt because of countries overburdened with their budgets are overburdened with debt, and it's increasing because they have to react and address the impact of these crises together. With the crisis, all Arab countries are somehow impacted, but impacted differently. For example, some countries can outsource elsewhere. They can buy food from other than these two countries, even with an increased price. They have an ability to increase their wheat stock. And the only concern is related to the overall geopolitical situation. Middle income countries of the region don't have much room to maneuver in terms of where to buy. They have currency devaluation issues. They have dealt with health issues, and they spent their budgets on impacts of COVID-19, and they have big budgetary constraints. LDCs, including other countries of conflict, are really economically challenged, and they have conflicts to face, and the impact of the conflict is having a toll on their ability to respond. We have to look at the food security issues from a holistic approach, look at the food system as a whole with all its components, how we produce, how we eat, how we dispose, how we process, how we trade with food. We need to look at the full picture of the food system and look at opportunities everywhere in every single part of the system. Now, for the sake of this presentation, and because we don't have time to discuss all the issues, we thought that we should focus on really two opportunities for the Arab region and many of the countries around to enhance their food security through enhanced food availability, which is by production and trade. So we look into where we can have more impact and in the interventions. In the Arab region, increasing yields and productivity can have great impact. We know the limitations in terms of water and the importance of sustainability of water resources, freshwater resources. However, we have done a small exercise at ASWA where we did some simulations and we said,
you have 2 more minutes, please.
Okay, I will be done.
Thank you.
If wheat yields could reach Egypt's level at the time, 2019, wheat production can increase by 7 to 10% by 2030, and increasing value of wheat production will be for 40%. Highest returns will be in the LDCs, low investments, saving the region up to $10 billion a year in food import. A small, tiny exercise can tell us we need to look at yield and productivity. There are multiple opportunities. Invest in enhancing yields in rain-fed systems. We all know that. Water harvesting, using the supplementary irrigation. We have developed a TOT on water harvesting techniques for small farms. Expand irrigated agricultural lands where possible. And again, this is a caveat, where possible and sustainable. Adopt innovative technologies, including vertical farming, hydroponics, drought-resistant seeds, etc. Address food loss and waste. And here it is an important issue. ASWA has done a pilot on assessing loss on wheat in Morocco. And we found out that there are big opportunities there that can be used and built upon and use technologies for food processing so that they are not lost and wasted. Regional cooperation and experience sharing is of a crucial importance to our region. We cannot do everything on our own. We need to learn from each other and use that opportunity and expand investments in agri-sector. There is an opportunity there because there is climate financing available. Our countries, and specifically now that our countries need to look at adaptation, agriculture, and water projects are a priority. And that was very visible in last month's meeting at the Arab regional level for climate finance in Beirut. Finally, looking at better functioning trade systems. We need to engage in trade negotiations to remove restriction and get better terms. This is one of the SDG means of implementation targets that we need to really take it forward and move as a group, as a region. Facilitate access to food commodity markets and food reserves. And I believe that is very visible after the crisis. We need to do that collectively. We need to look at areas that we can coordinate and cooperate together as a region to ensure that we have enough food stocks for any emergency and provide really a fund, a specific fund to support food trade for the vulnerable countries in conflict and least developed countries. invest in land within and outside the region. Very debatable, but very needed. With the right mechanisms and guidelines, that can be done, like any other investment outside the country's borders. But it needs to have the right parameters and develop policies to ensure food imports have the safety and nutrition of the citizens as the core, and not the, I'm sorry to say, the greediness of sellers and buyers. Address macroeconomic difficulties. Many of our countries are facing currency devaluation. Currently, they have high percentages of poverty and unemployment and insufficient social safety nets for the poor, and provide food subsidies for a specific segment and not across the board. The policies need to promote healthy diets. We have high levels of obesity because we subsidize wheat, sugar, and oil. I think this was a wake-up call for us to look into our trade policies in that regard. And I thank you very much. I have added some resources from our website that you can refer to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was very comprehensive, and I think very quickly, we don't have time, but very important to having a tracking system that actually give you insight into insecurity, and more important, the triple vulnerability in terms of the very limited arable land, just 5%. I mean, in which I come, because it's also cross-regional fertilization. We have actually in the other part of Africa, West African, more than 30% of the very Arab land across the region. So one you have highlighted, which is very similar our challenges, is also the population. The population cost is quite challenging, because you will need to anticipate that kind of population, because be able to respond to the related need for security, food security. 400 million and plus right now, and it will be more kind of double in the next coming maybe 20 years and so. So it's quite challenging. Last but not least, which is very related to the two others, the kind of very strong dependency to importation, dependent to external products like the Ukraine crisis, which show your structural challenges have been exacerbated by the latter because of the dependency. But I really like also the policy implication you start from the national point of view, but the regional point of view, all of which will help to have a consensus building and be able to build an agency and negotiate access to, the market, be able to negotiate prices, and be able to bring in together your interest to the fore, and have more forces to moving forward toward responding better to the food security issues, and anticipating actually. And I think they are very linked. And I can say finally, we can see the linkages, the kind of nexus between also food security to insecurity, climate change, energy, which is quite very strong. So thank you very much for such a very substantive presentation. Without further ado, let me invite my colleague, Amal. Amal, you have 10 minutes or less, if you like. If you can make it less, that will be very good. Amal is an economist in the office of the SRO North Africa. And Amal will be tackling the key issue of food security and nutrition. And of course, we'll be addressing few insights into what actually it takes to responding to them, identifying some opportunity, for critical response. So Amal, please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, dear Ngoni. Good afternoon, distinguished participants. I'll be presenting actually the work of a working group, namely Ms. Mercy Onyango, Mr. Gracole Guren, and myself, and the research team is led by Susanna. The title is actually Food Security in North Africa, Challenges and Policy Responses. I'll just, go through the outline quickly, because the purpose of the report actually is to shed light on the main challenges, both short-term and longer-term, any challenges related to food and nutrition security in the North Africa region. And once we manage to discuss the challenges, we have to discuss also the policy responses done or adopted by countries so far, to be able to provide policy recommendations that focus especially on sustainable production and regional trade to raise the sub-region's resilience to food security shocks, and especially ensure the needs of vulnerable populations are addressed. So before I just go through, this is just a brief introduction, but before going through the main report, I just need to shed some light actually on the main key messages or the main takeaways from that we want to, really convey through this study. First of all, actually, is that increasing agricultural production and regional trade is really critical for resilience. Also, while some countries have challenges in all three dimensions of food security, namely availability, access, whether economic and physical, and utilizations, other countries have weaknesses in selected parts, especially logistics. And of course, countries with higher economic access fare better in food utilization. Then come the third key messages we want to just pass is that the bottlenecks in food supply due to climate change underscore the need for all North African countries to prioritize sustainable agricultural production in their policy packages. And here technologies, specifically or including artificial intelligence, can play a key role in food crisis prevention and mitigation. Of course, comprehensive regional approach is key, given the links between food insecurity, malnutrition, social and political instability, and conflict. In this sense, North African policymakers need to adopt comprehensive and regional approach, utilizing a range of responses to support resilient livelihood with sustaining peace and conflict resolution measures. Finally, the last key message is that improved food and nutrition security will require a change in mindset from ad hoc crisis response driven to a deliberate preventive approach. The shift also from short-term and output-based intervention to longer-term ones, enhancing sustainable food and nutrition systems. With these key messages, actually, I just would like to go over the main presentation. As you can see, actually, the cost of living, actually, crisis and disruptive supply chains jeopardize food security. So you can see here that globally, the share of undernourished population increased from 8% in 2019, and then 9.3 in 2020, 9.8 in 2021. And it's projected to be 7.8 in 2030. So, the picture is not that gloomy. Yes, it increased but our projections is a bit optimistic. Even though the share of North African population that is undernourished is below the global average, we can notice actually that it's higher for both Mauritania and Sudan. Unfortunately, the shares are particularly high among children and women. They are the most effective groups. Also, the increase in the number of undernourished people has been worsened by multiple crisis with the poor households, children, pregnant women, as mentioned earlier, are being more vulnerable. Okay, then yeah. Okay, so the next issue actually we want to cover is that undernourishment in North Africa is projected to rise in 2030 under business as usual scenario. If we keep, acting the same way we're acting now, undernourishment definitely will increase by 2030. So we can see here from the graph and the table that North Africa's prevalence of stunting and overweight among children under 5 is above the continent average. So you see, for example, the prevalence of wasting among children in Africa is 6, in North Africa is 6.6. Prevalence of overweight among children under 5 in Africa is 5.3, in North Africa is 13. And of course, if we just think of countries, as you can see, between Algeria, Egypt, Libya, Mauritania, Morocco, Sudan, and Tunisia, it's more or less the same, with the least here in Sudan. So under normal circumstances actually revealed that in 2025, undernourishment will generally decrease across the countries, but will rise in 2030. Of course, this is attributed to the triple burden of malnutrition, basically undernutrition, overweight, underweight, and obesity, and micronutrient deficiency. It continues actually to rise in an alarming way, quickly among school-age children and adults as well. Similar trends of increase of prevalence of moderate or severe food insecurity persist also after COVID-19's pandemic, or due to COVID-19. So here we have when we talk about food security, we mention food availability, access, stability, and utilization. Of course, it goes without saying that the availability and access to nutritious food is key towards achieving the food security sustainable development goal number 2. As you can see from the figures, in 2021, 34% of the population in North Africa were facing moderate or severe food insecurity. 11% were severe food insecure, indicating that they had run out of food. Also, the prevalence of moderate or severe food insecurity rose by 3.8% in 2021, compared to an increase of 1.3% in 2020 in North Africa region. Also, North Africa's prevalence of food insecurity and country level differences is noteworthy, as shown in these figures. As we can see, we have like a continuous worsening of food security in Sudan, as well as in Libya. And that is mainly driven by long-standing economic and conflict challenges facing the two countries. Also, micronutrient deficiency play a key role in classification of countries' food security risk as serious or moderate. So what we can actually see from these graphs, or the reason behind the numbers we're seeing, is that we actually are suffering from a toxic mix of economic decline, climate change, Russia-Ukraine crisis, and the COVID-19 socio-economic fallout that is driving people into deepening levels of poverty and high acute food insecurity. Also, an important indication to mention is an important indication of people's economic access to nutritious food and healthy diet is the cost and affordability of a healthy diet. We talked about the food availability, but now we talk about the cost of a healthy diet. If we look at the table, we notice actually that the cost of a healthy diet in North Africa is above the average in the rest of the continent. And of course, unless income levels increase by a similar magnitude, the healthy diet crisis is likely to have worsened. Of course, undernutrition coexists with the consumption of diets, which is highly processed and rich in fat, sugar, and salt, poor in fiber and micronutrients. And this is really very prevalent in North Africa region. Of course, fortified processed foods hold great opportunities for a nutrition-sensitive diet. Here also, if we want to look at you know, the supply side aspects, actually, there is a general downward trend in share of employment in agriculture, and no significant growth in trends in share of agriculture to GDP. If we look at these numbers, we can see that in addition to low growth of agriculture contribution to GDP, the share of agriculture to total employment has been decreasing across all the countries in the sub-region. But the picture is not also that you know, gloomy, because we still have potential. We still have high potential, because for example, Sudan has a potential to utilize arable land to increase production. So this is, you know, the good side of the picture. Also, when we want to think about we can see that
Amal, 1 minute, please.
Okay. So prices, as you can see, is increasing. We have problem when it comes to water. Water was mentioned earlier by my colleague from ESCWA. These are the challenges. Now we come to responses. Responses actually are, you know, in each country. The responses are related to food availability and food access. I can go just quickly on the main responses taken. For example, in Algeria, there was a tax reduction on overall income to its citizens, freezing all taxes and fees on specific consumer food items, export ban. In Morocco, for example, suspension of tariffs on sunflower, soybean, and other products, increased subsidies of 1.75 billion on wheat, sugar, and cooking gas. In Egypt, again, export ban on flour, lentils, and wheat. Allocation of 2.4 billion Egyptian pounds to help 400,000 Egyptian families. In Libya, Mauritania, and Sudan, in fact, World Food Programme and the Libyan Ministry of Education launched a central kitchen project to provide nutritious meals to school children. Also in Mauritania, school feeding program by Counterpart International in partnership with USDA is working well. In Sudan, there is an emergency financial assistance and food sustenance from World Bank and World Food Programme in Sudan. Finally, in Tunisia, there is export ban on export of fruits to reduce local shortages and pricing. Many measures to advance the cereal industry and achieve wheat self-sufficiency by 2023. Finally, just I will go quickly over the maybe the artificial intelligence. I'll go over it quickly, because some countries are adopting artificial intelligence in the, for example, Egypt, Tunisia, and Morocco. Of course, the artificial intelligence help us in food supply chain improvement. It enables better water consumption and water loss controls. Without, my last slide actually will be on the policy recommendations. So let me first just say that one of the key messages from the report, one of the key messages we want to really convey from the report is that the factors that link food insecurity, malnutrition, social and political instability, and conflicts means that the efforts must be combined across disciplines to restore and support resilient livelihood with sustaining peace and conflict resolution to really achieve sustainable development and food and nutrition security in North Africa region. So in this sense, actually contributing to improved food and nutrition security will require a change in a mindset to a more deliberate, preventive approach, and from short-term and output-based interventions to longer-term ones. In that sense, actually enhancing food and nutrition security in North Africa region calls for a range of policy responses, which must come as part of an overall coordinated strategic approach. We just focused on a kind of 5 lines of actions, as you can see, increasing national agricultural production, including boosting public and private investment, supporting socio-economic conditions, favoring sustainable development of family farms, improving security and accessibility of supply through improved information systems, making social welfare policies more effective, targeted at the poor and vulnerable population, in particular, and finally, heighten regional cooperation in key fields. Sorry, I'm racing.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your understanding. I mean, it's very, very comprehensive, and you have really put the link. It follows very well the presentation from Rain. You have tackled the very insightful issues related to, food insecurity as it impacts nutrition. And we can see the increase in obesity, undernourished from 8.9 to 9 in 2019 to 9.1 in 2021 to reduce in 8, which show that definitely there's a very direct link between the availability, accessibility of food and, the state of nutrition of the population. And I think I like the key messages you also spelled out, which are also very related to the key messages that came out from the previous presentation, articulating, pave the way for the key recommendation. I really like the artificial intelligence, which you have flagged, which also RIM has put articulate very well. It could be one of the responses, but another thing which come very strongly, you may have a regional kind of picture, but inside the regional picture, you also have to bear in mind there are some sub-regional, variation. And the way you brought to bear what is going on in Libya and Sudan, in the specific impact and contribution of conflict to exacerbating even the already worst situation when it comes to food security and nutrition is very, very aptly done. So thank you very much. And all the recommendations, very smart, well done for a very comprehensive study and well articulated. We can discuss it, further during the ICE. But without further ado, the other presentation, which actually bring insight again and value contribution to the two previous one, namely by our colleague Aziz. Aziz, vous allez parler de solutions. Bien entendu, ça va être en tout cohérent.
Spoke about solutions, without talking about concrete elements to be implemented cannot allow us to fulfill other components. So without taking any longer, you are the organizer. You have 8 minutes. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Madam Ngoli Diop. I am Aziz and coordinator of the activity And yes, I will try to limit myself to 10 minutes, no more, which I imposed on other speakers, and I will show the preliminary results concernant the work done by our office regarding the phosphates and how the phosphate addition, agricultural fertilizers, and our plan of support and how it was one of the solutions to mitigate the impact of the crisis and also to grant sustainability for the future efforts, and greetings to my colleagues also who contributed in this presentation. So I will speak about some aspects regarding the prices of fertilizers, tendencies, and weighted impact, and also secondly informative elements about what's available in North Africa, the potential of North Africa, what is the potential and how it can contribute, especially that in our African Commission, there are many continental initiatives, and also fourthly, I will raise the question of sustainability. So rapidly, the prices of fertilizers in worldwide, the prices has increased, reaching an increase of more than 200% starting from May to 2020, and that contributed mainly in a kind of food crisis that was looming for many countries in the horizons, and that generated also an increase in prices and also commercial interruptions. Because due to the pandemic of COVID-19. So there was this kind of uncertainty from the farmers, and especially the small farmers who were affected by this rapid change. So what is the impact weighted from the increase of the fertilizers in terms of food security in Africa? In addition to the population growth in Africa, we have an increase in need for fertilizers in several countries, and especially personalized fertilizers and high quality fertilizers, and there is a a constant increase of their price, because there is also a continuous increase of the agricultural production in terms of cereals and wheat, for example, in in Africa, if there isn't enough fertilizer provided, agriculture will decrease by 16%. So we shouldn't forget about the impact of the weak use of fertilizers in the African agriculture in terms of productivity. So the fertilizers use is 8 kilograms per hectare in 2006 and moved to 50 kilos in 2015, while the international average in 2016 was 95. So we were always below the international rate. Also, what it has to do with the population of the continent and its benefit from these fertilizers. So normally the fertilizers use will be doubled from here up to 2050 following the population growth of the continent. Also, there is an increase in terms of agricultural activity in Africa, but by only 4.3%, and it is really not enough according to the population growth, and also in terms of expanding the cultivated lands, and in order to grant the right productivity. So in terms of analyzing intra-commercial fertilizers in the region, we have Morocco and Egypt and Algeria as the first African reserves in top 15 of the world in 2021, especially Morocco, who has 2/3 of the world reserves. And so it has a bigger responsibility in terms of providing these resources. And I should highlight also the help and the support done on an official level. And I would like to mention that the selling statistics of Morocco in the first month increased by 84% of fertilizers, but that was due mainly to the increase of prices and not by the volume. The volume exported was down by -15%. And so in terms of fertilizers based on phosphate,
comme l'Éthiopie, le Djibouti et le Nigeria. Alors, en plus de ces 60% d'importation,
the immense majority are secured by Morocco. We can also as add plus 26% if we of the fertilizers, African fertilizers, if we consider South Africa, Kenya, and Tanzania. And if they can shift their supply, international supply towards African supply in order to increase the production in next years. So we have continental initiatives that are quite strong in order to improve the fertilizers. So there is an electronic platform in order to secure the commercial exchange between African enterprises and companies, B2B and B2G. And according to the recent African convention called ZLECAf, and necessity to connect the African markets together, and we are still discussing how to improve the results and how to help the producers and to help in the logistic circulation of fertilizers. Or always there is the question of the Africa fertilizers financing mechanism. So there was a mechanism that was created in 2007 in Abuja that aimed to improve the production, the fertilizers in terms of quality and quantity. I still have one more slide to finish. No need to talk about loans. So there is also another kind of systems or regimes of subsidies of subsidy. So there are also some studies conducted in this regard. And the question of sustainability is always important. And the FAO calculates 33% of lands in Africa as degraded in land by erosion and salination and contamination, and that affects the future production. Three more questions, as I said before, is an ongoing work, and we would like to know the feedback of the assistance regarding these reflections. North Africa does it have the capacity in terms of necessary infrastructures to produce, to increase its production, exportation, etc. How does the increase of gas prices affect that? And also regarding Algeria, Egypt, Tunisia, and Morocco as main phosphate producers, and how can technology also help us in this regard? Thank you, Mr. Aziz, for your presentation. In order to your presentation regarding the challenges in the fertilizers sector and how it can help us reinforce our agricultural sector. And your questions are relevant to our quest of granting sustainability and also having perspectives for North Africa and helping this region to respond by in a strategic way to food security. So also I have to mention Senegal and Nigeria, who have started the production of fertilizers, and Nigeria moved from the production of millions to production of billions of tons of phosphates in terms of needs. It's all about grasping the opportunities and trying to reduce the international impact. So we pass to the next speaker. The questions, in fact, I don't know if there are some questions to be asked. Mr. Aziz, can you help me in this one? Yes, Tawfiq Hassan, Mr. Tawfiq Hassan, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me?
We can hear you. You have the floor. Assalamu alaikum. You have the floor, please. Go ahead.
هل تسمعوني؟ Do you
نعم,
hear
you hear
me?
me?
نعم نسمعك.
Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear it.
We hear you. Please go ahead.
Do you hear me?
هل تسمعونني؟
Can you hear me when I speak, Aziz?
Oui, je vous entends parfaitement. Je pense que
نعم
M. Tawfiq
نعم
Hassan
أسمع.
a un
هل
souci
تسمعني؟
peut-être de
Yes,
connexion.
perfectly. Do you hear me?
في مشكلة.
تفضل سيدي الكريم. M. Tawfiq Hassan, تفضل.
There is a problem.
Apparently, there's a problem.
Meanwhile, maybe you
هل
can
تسمعني
help
الآن؟
me.
Do you hear me now?
Maybe you can help him to fix the.
هل تسمعني
I don't know,
الآن؟
maybe is a
Uh,
can you please, maybe the organizers can fix it, the IT, North Africa. Just wanted to identify whoever wants to take the floor. Have you identified another speaker, participant?
Hello?
Meanwhile,
hello, do you hear?
I am not sure. I think there are some questions in the chat. I'm thankful. This is very important. This is a comment, very good one. Would like to rate input. Okay, capacity building. Yeah, definitely. I think it applies to all panelists. This is cross-cutting. She want or he to raise the issue of capacity building to really respond to that. Abdel please, you have the floor. Abdel go ahead.
Oui, madame. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Vous m'entendez très bien?
Do you hear me, madam? Yes, please.
Donc, tous les experts autour
So, all the experts, they agree to the obstacles and difficulties that are faced in North African countries, and especially when it comes to improving the technology, increasing investment and increasing production. So the responsibility of energy and food security is the responsibility of our countries. But in this regard, I have two more additional elements to add, is that the international community has the responsibility to make sure of stable prices, of fair commerce, and also of trade, stable trade circulation. Also, the countries, they should honor their engagement in terms of financing projects that are dealing with climate change in developing countries. And these are my 2 points. Thank you. Thank you for your interesting point. And yes, as it was mentioned in the pact in terms of financing. So good evening. Do you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, yes, we can clearly. So I would like, by thanking you, first of all, the organization of such events, and also about the rich presentation, whether about the energy security or the food security. I would like to go back to my questions regarding the food security in its multidimensional aspect, and we care all the time about the offer and production. How can we improve the agricultural offer and the production? But there are other elements is to facilitate access to this food, and there are other dimensions that are also important, like the accessibility of underdeveloped countries, and also in threatened zones, especially in some regions that are suffering from conflict, and it is even harder for people in this regions to have access to basic food needs. And it becomes a situation of which is abnormal to the normal logistic difficulties that we know or we used to deal with. So that's why I think to increase the food security can be operated by the states themselves by, first of all, taking all the obstacles in terms of customs and administrative procedures. The states have the means to keep the prices as they are, and especially if we know, for example, the main importer countries of a specific food, for example, there can be extra efforts done by this country in order to grant the sufficient supply for the population. So there should be necessity to develop an international trade that help in establishing the food security and perennity all over the world. And to comment on the points in the last presentation regarding the decrease of phosphate exports. I can say that this decrease is due to the high prices of fertilizers and that contribute in decreasing also the agricultural production. Yes, please, if you can summarize more. Yes. So that affects the rest of the chain of values, and also that contributes in increasing the prices for the rest of the processes from raw materials and the food industries and thank you. Mr. Hussein Abaza, please try to summarize.
Thank you again. Excellent presentations. I'll be very brief. I think what we're talking about is making a transition to a sustainable agricultural system using adopting a regenerative sort of systems with the application of artificial intelligence, including precision agricultural systems. The one point which I would like to emphasize is that developing the rural or the agriculture sector would need to be done within a rural development approach because, as we all know, developing the agriculture system without providing the necessary infrastructure, whether it's physical infrastructure, water systems, road systems, sanitation, energy systems, and of course, apart from the physical infrastructure as well, the social infrastructure in terms of education services, health services, to encourage rural population to stay on the land and to develop and support the agriculture system. So I think this is important that we ensure that agricultural development needs to be done within a rural development approach. Thank you very much.
So much, excellent. Our colleagues, I don't see the name, but I know him.
Merci.
So please go ahead.
Next speaker.
Can you hear me? Just after you send. Okay. Meanwhile, Said, you have the floor. To conclude, Said, go ahead, please. Said Zaouli. Can you hear me?
Merci. Vous m'entendez?
Thank you. Do you hear me?
Allez-y.
Merci. Je veux juste intervenir sur la question.
Thank you. I want to intervene just in the micro agricultural activities. Yes, agriculture has a major role to play, or the main role to play in food security, but how can the public policies intervene and to enhance the situation for small farmers and small lands, because at least these small these small farmers, they secure their needs, and they secure their needs of themselves, and also on a local level, especially when it comes to wheat and cereals. All and the help can be also by providing fertilizers. So the access of this category is quite difficult, especially that if we know that they cannot benefit from big loans and big finance, maybe of their small status, and therefore they cannot use big equipment and machines in order to improve their activity. So how can we support these small farmers in order to secure their food needs and also to be independent and secure the local needs as well? If you, we
Allez-y très rapidement, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur Saïd. Allez-y.
Yes, you can continue. I want to speak about the water sector. Also, how can we benefit from, how can we secure the water resources, and how can we use it in best way possible? How what priority we should use to to provide to farm cereals or products for exportations. So I think there is there are two components of the questions in terms of food security and how we should put a holistic set of policies to make the sector coherent in terms of providing the right equipment and the machines, and also securing water and the right infrastructures, which are the key factors of improving production.
Amal to give us just her insight, because she also tackled that holistic approach following on Rio. So Amal, can you please come in? What's your takeaway from that discussion, articulate around the holistic approach? Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Ngoni. I can see actually from the floor that it was mentioned, as you mentioned at the very beginning, that capacity development on food security and nutrition security issues is really critical. And here I can just share a recent example. Because I just assure distinguished participants that our studies do not land on shelves. We had actually a study on best practices in employment creation on 15 African countries, and we have 34 best practices. We organized the webinar, and we received the request from the government of Sudan to provide them with the capacity development program on these issues and help them actually to choose the best practice on employment creation that really fits the situation in Sudan. And we just concluded this capacity development workshop last week. This is what I can add for now. I leave the floor for my colleagues to.
Excellent. Excellent, dear Amal. Aziz, you actually tackled very key issues, and I think it's one of the key element or key challenges. But colleagues have brought other issues. They were trying to allocate the responsibility by saying, well, the responsibility lies with government, but there are other, kind of responsibility that lies with the whole community, including in such subjects and so on. The issue of the demand side has been in the offer. You have the offer, but you have the demand side. So what's your takeaway? If you have one or two kind of takeaway that can inform policy action and perspective moving forward, what would be the latter, please?
Merci, Madame Goni Diop, pour ce retour et merci aux participants. Pardon, je vais switcher parce que j'entends la traduction.
Diop.
Oui, pardon. Mon takeaway, je pense que ça a été signalé plus d'une fois.
Yes, I admit that. Yes, I admit that I have mentioned that governmental and official responsibility and also the responsibility of communities in order to provide the right analysis and feedback according to the international challenges. And I think that the North Africa, because the North African region can be considered the least integrated region in a global trade world. There is a very low rate in terms of commerce and trade and circulations, and all the exchange can be calculated around oil and gas. So regional integration is also not just about trade, but also it's about synergies, cooperation, consultation, and all kinds of exchange and cooperation. So we have the responsibility to bring all these questions into debate because we cannot resolve the problems in an individual way, but we have to work together to rely on each other in some aspect. That's why we have to cooperate, and I will stop here. Thank you.
And for very forward-looking kind of perspective, Aziz, and I see our colleague Abdel Lahid, you want to take the floor? I will give you maybe less than a minute. Not to say maybe 2 seconds or 5. Can you hear us now? Abdelhahid, bonsoir. Vous nous entendez? I think Abdelhahid cannot hear us. There's an issue. So let me just conclude and give the floor. I think in terms of perspective, we have at least 3 very strategic perspectives that comes out from the discussion, but also from the presentation, very strategic presentation. Number 1, it came out very well that there is, what we see, and let me turn into French because I see there are many francophones as well. La face émergée de l'iceberg, c'est l'insécurité alimentaire ou la problématique de la sécurité alimentaire. Mais quand on a
the main points that were mentioned in the presentations is the problematic of food security as we can see it from
l'existence de terres arables tout à fait limitées peu ou prou dans cette sous-région, la problématique
level, it can be just a matter of numbers of statistics, but when we get deeper on a local level, on a sub-regional level, we really see the real challenges and the disparities in terms of food supply, food security, and energetic security. That's why we have to take into consideration this observation, this these perspectives that are related to have a shared strategic vision to have an integrated region that integrates and the importance to maximize and increase the production of North Africa, and also work on a shared platform. Also, Mr. Aziz has identified the importance of fertilizers. Instead of some countries are importing from outside the continent, and other countries importing outside the continent, we can help each other in the continent, so we can have an important position to negotiate on the international level. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody, Mr. Aziz, Amal, for your excellent presentations, and all to the participants for their contributions, and to you, Susanna, as well. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Diop Ngoné, pour l'excellente modération et
Thank
pour
you, Madame Ngoné Diop, for your wonderful moderation, and thank you for your time for making this session successful. I think we have we took more than time of the program. We come back to the conclusion. Madame Susanna, Mr. Representative of Libya, you have the floor to close this session.
Yes, thank you very much, Aziz. Next slide, please. So thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you, Gone, for moderating, and to all the participants. So just maybe a few takeaways. Sorry, next slide again, please. So one thing that we heard throughout this webinar was the water scarcity is still not addressed in our nexus of food, energy, and water security. This is a photo from them in Morocco in 2020. I think the picture says it all. So it's a major challenge for the region and key for both food and energy security. And we also heard that the water management is critical. So next slide, please. And then on some of the suggested questions, I think we had, let me just say a few examples. Well, we had some very good examples. So for example, lessons learned and lessons shared across countries. It was suggested that there is some regional initiative created across countries in North Africa regarding sharing experiences on energy security. Moroccan experience with utilizing solar and other sources, renewable energy were particularly pointed out, and also the example or the need to have national strategies. In that sense, Egypt has integrated renewable energy strategy running until 2035, and that also can be shared with other countries. Regarding the food security, I think the focus really was on sustainable agriculture production and trade. And that fits very well into specialization of our office and of course ECA more broadly. But focus of our office is employment and skills. So in this case, we're talking about small and medium enterprises in rural areas. And as someone pointed out, the rural infrastructure and finance will be critical. So we will be thinking about these issues going forward and look forward to discussions in Marrakesh, to continue discussions. So many thanks again to everybody. And in this case, the chair, Libya, we also look forward to Mauritania involvement, etc. And many thanks to our team, to the team of the SRO North Africa and all the other ECA colleagues involved. So thank you again.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Directrice. Monsieur Saad
Thank you
Hnichi,
very much, Madam the
la
Director.
parole, secrétaire du ministère de l'économie et du commerce de la Libye, la parole est à vous pour le dernier mot de clôture de ce webinaire. Merci beaucoup.
Representative of Libyan Ministry.
At the end, we reiterate our thanks to Susan and Dr. Khalid and Mr. Aziz and all to the members of the Office of North Africa. We also would like to thank all the speakers and the experts for the presentations that, and also the proposals that they can go into finding solutions about food security and security energy. We are very delighted to have heard what you shared with us, and this would demonstrate that our region in North Africa has a lot of competences and expertise that can that we can bank on for the prosperity of the North African countries. Brothers and sisters, comes time to work seriously that the countries shall depend on themselves when it comes to resources and to keep away from the international resources that are far away. In this in today's meetings, I would like to thank on behalf of our ministry in Libya, represented in the Communication Commission, on behalf of Sabah, and would like also to thank the economic experts, Khalil Samrani, an expert in water resources, and Dr. Khalid Sayh, the expert in crisis management, Dr. Tawfiq Hassan, specialized in economics, and Khalid Daldash, in experts in renewable energy. We reiterate our thanks to all the members of our regional office, and we hope that the recommendation of this workshop will serve the countries of the north of the region and find way out and solutions to the upcoming crises and challenges when it comes to food security.
كل ما قدمتموه بما يخدم الدول المنطقة وكافة اللي هو القارة الأفريقية جملة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
And peace be upon you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Guys.